Hello! What's up, everybody? Flop on over. Our Walmart horse girl. Why Walmart? Horse scare. Oh, already another day that's almost at its end and I haven't done enough to prepare for my debut. I'm starting to get legitimately worried, guys. Hey all! So, we are starting a new series on my channel. This is episode 1 of Variety Reacts. And I think... I'm not sure if it's better to do whole streams dedicated to these reacts or just pepper them here and there. But we'll see. Oh, hey Pepper Once, I hope you enjoyed the stream. So I'm hoping that I'll have some time to at least play the Aqua game, the visual novel, on stream. And I do like these streams because when I do the presentations, it's there's a lot more work that goes on into those streams. Sometimes it takes me the whole day to prepare for the stream, so it's like really difficult for me to multi-manage several projects at the same time, such as working on a video. Like, what I really like is when I can work on my long-form video content in the morning, because that's when I'm the most focused, and throughout the day, and like record this content, and then at night I can go live. If I could do this or manage to fit those two things in my schedule, I'd be like mega efficient. But when I do those streams about like VTuber news and all of that, then I spend like the whole day preparing for it, and I kind of don't have time to work on my videos. Plan for debut? Man, I gotta make my slides. I haven't done my slides yet, and I gotta install my Steam Deck. I've had a Steam Deck for months and I still haven't done anything. I still haven't installed it. I'm the worst at installing things. Okay. So I'm getting a few comments that my videos are too low. Do you guys have a problem hearing the browsers, my videos? Also, we got such a nice thumbnail for this. I asked for a new thumbnail for the Variety Reacts, and I really like it. Rima, your horniest chatter is finally getting surgery to fix his eye. Oh my god, next Friday? That's my debut! It's gonna bring you luck. It's gonna bring you luck, Charlie. Your audio is usually low, like my voice audio or my browser audio. It's because it's very loud on my side. But I can lower it. I can lower my headset and then turn it up higher for you guys. Oh, I'm so excited for you guys to see my new look. I'm so excited. I was testing some things yesterday, some toggles, some movements, and oh my god, it's so... The movement, oh my god, the movement is insane. Like, it's almost 3D. The expressions I can do, the different mouth shapes, the... everything, it's crazy. Crazy. I can't wait to show you guys. I can barely contain my excitement. I can't wait for it to be over though, like in a way. Alright, so I love this guy, by the way. Mortinus. He always... Oh, wait, this is Popeye. How many of you have a Popeye? I think... I'm not sure which one is the X-Mouth, Eliza, but I do have V-Bridger. And, like, I'm so dumb, man. Because yesterday, while I was I had a friend help me with the tracking, and I was turning on V-Bridger, and I was like, I don't see any difference with V-Bridger and non-V-Bridger, and my friend was like, that's not really normal. And yesterday, I figured out that I was connecting it wrong. So the whole time, I was telling my rigger, no, we need more movements. There's not enough movement and all of that. Like the whole back and forth, all the revisions that I did with my rigger. Poor guy, man. I made them work for nothing because we finally found out that the settings problems were on my side, not his. And once I managed to connect V-Bridger, I was like, whoa, it's like night and day. Anyway, I do want to start like maybe an academy stream where I do more educational content. Now that I've gone through the whole process of like creating a model from A to Z, the rigging, how to set up the stuff, how to do a debut, I feel like I can talk about it more. More boobas physics, yeah. You like Popeyes? Yeah, so I've never had Popeyes, but that's literally what all of my friends from like other states always brag about. I know everybody always brags about Popeyes, like it's apparently so good. But this video is titled, My Disappointment is Immeasurable and My Day is Ruined, 2024 in a meme. Wait, it's only 30 seconds long. This a meme? Bojangles? What the hell is Bojangles? Wait, I was ready to watch the full video. This is just a meme?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
But I love this guy though. He always makes the best food review videos. Like this, like how can you not? Every video with a big ass food on it, I want to click on. Wait, disgusted and fed up with a Popeye box? Do you guys agree with this? Are you guys insulted? This cheeseburger looks really huge. Do you think his editor edited that? Or is just the camera focus? I love these videos. The I'm disappointed with McDonald's. I actually want to watch that.
This is Running on Empty Food Review. Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone watching. Welcome one and all to this newest edition of the Running on Empty Food Review series. I'm your host, the Report of the Week. Thank you for checking in.
It's called perspective. I know there's perspective involved. I just feel like it's enlarged, like in Photoshop. Oh, it's loud. It's too loud now.
In a couple days, but I am back. I have returned. I wasn't taken out for that scathing Popeyes review or anything. They didn't get me yet. And
he has his
I
notes.
figured, well, what to try next? What'll be the next item or meal or whatever it might be to review?
Okay, how's the audio now though? Before we start. I'm still waiting for my Rima Hunter down for rejecting her ASMR. Wait, we didn't get that subaton goal. But yeah, it would be cool to have those voice packs, you're right. It's good? Oh, nice, okay. I'm gonna stop having. I always get these comments in my VODs.
And I saw that McDonald's actually came out with a few more new releases.
Tenma really likes this guy too. That's how I know Tenma's based.
It's interesting how it is now. There was, for the last few years anyway, McDonald's very rarely released new items, and it wasn't always like that. You know, you go back to 2015, 2016, there were lots of new releases from McDonald's, but then they sort of stopped for a while. And now they're really...
I actually had McDonald's very recently, so I'm gonna comment on my own experience. I had one of their new burgers. It's called Debang, or I don't... It was like some fried chicken. Like, it was like the Nashville burger. Wait, never mind. I was gonna slander McDonald's, and I didn't get McDonald's. I had A&W. But anyway, I'm just gonna say that I ate 2 full combos in one sitting with the fries and everything, and I did not feel good after. Like, have you guys ever seen these time lapses of McDonald's food where the time goes by, like several months go by, and there's decomposition usually? But this kind of food doesn't decompose, like they could survive a nuclear explosion, probably. That's freaky. Like, imagine that's in your stomach, by the way. That dude looks scary. Gives me Slenderman vibes, like he's gonna suddenly appear and snap necks. I don't think he's gonna snap neck. He's too frail for that. Yeah, I had 2 combos. I mean, the fries from the second combos, I ate them later that night. I was really hungry. It was after stream, and I hadn't eaten all day.
Picking back up again, honestly. Honestly, there have been quite a few releases. 2 reviews today, 2 in 1. First, I'm going to be trying out a sandwich, and then I'm going to be trying out, I guess you'd call it a dessert, an ice cream. They have brought back a Quarter Pounder, and they have released a new McFlurry. So again, 2 for 1.
I don't like the McFlurries. I'm not a fan.
So it's going to be fast.
I know a lot of people like them.
First and foremost, the burger they have brought back is the Smoky BLT Quarter Pounder.
The Smoky BLT Quarter Pounder. I've taken that one sometimes. I'm not a huge fan of bacon. I know everybody loves bacon, but I just feel like it's unnecessary in a burger. It's like too much. It's like just added calories. Like, can we chill on the calories? I'm already eating 1,000 calories per burger.
I have reviewed this before. I tried it out when they released it back in 2022, and I loved it. I mean,
I like the Quarter Pounder.
A 9 out of 10. I checked back at the review that I did. I thought it was a great burger. So it's going to be interesting to see if they maintain the standards or not with this one. But here is what's on it. It has a 1/4 pound beef patty. It comes with American cheese, bacon strips, Roma tomatoes, lettuce, and then, hence the name, it comes with a smoky BLT sauce. They describe it as being sweet and tangy, with a little bit of a hint of garlic, as well as some paprika, parsley, and black pepper. And the price for this Quarter Pounder does vary based on location, so there is not a flat rate for this or anything like that. The price is anywhere between $7 and $9.
That's too expensive! Remember when these burgers were $5 Canadian? Those were good time. I feel like I'm buying an Angus steak. You know how much it cost me for my 2 combos? It cost me $30.
$30 for this Quarter Pounder by itself, but again, price will fluctuate depending on where you are. I think there were a few locations all the way on the West Coast that
video volume's too low.
They might have even been paying $9.50 for it. But again, in my case, I paid $8, but some folks have gotten it for as low as $7. So between that $7 and $9 range, approximately, with a few exceptions, I'm sure. And again, I tried it out last, well, I guess it was 2 years ago now, and I really liked it. I mean, I thought it was great. I gave it a 9 out of 10, like I said, so we'll see how this is. See if they're maintaining the standards or
Damn,
not.
he gave it a really good rating, 9 out of 10. Does this guy only review fast foods?
As always, it comes in the standard box right there with flavors to love, so they claim.
We analyzing the box? Charlie.
There it is.
Oh wow, that looks amazing. Wait, what is that yellow sauce?
You can see some of the bacon strips, the American cheese.
Whoa. He should have paused on that. What was the yellow sauce? It's like a cheese sauce?
Cheese? A lot of lettuce. Heavy on the lettuce.
I like a lot of lettuce. Makes me feel less bad. Yeah, no, look, there's a cheese here. In the bottom, and then there was... No, you're right. Maybe it's the cheese. I'm tripping. There's 2 cheese. Oh my god. Okay, there's 2 strips of cheese. That makes the review instantly go up. More cheese means yes. More social credit.
Back in 2022, that is.
But yeah, the bacon's too much for me.
How picturesque.
Seems like there's mayo on it too.
There's a tomato hiding. Right there. How picturesque the burger that I received at the time was. This one looks more how you'd expect, but I remember the one that I got back then, it was like... It looked like the ad. It almost looked better than the ad, quite frankly.
You guys...
Might say review.
You guys ever been on a set for those people that do food commercials? I have seen like culinary like presentation expert at work. It's actually quite impressive, but you also realize how much how much is all staged, really. Like they go out there, they have all these tools, really long and skinny like aluminum kind of like needles, and so they have like these instruments so they can move pieces very delicately, and it's all sprayed with things like usually they tell us that we can't eat it after because it's all sprayed with stuff to make it look more glistening and to preserve it, to make it look shiny. Or if it's a salad, for example, there's no like sauce on it or anything, so like whoever is eating the salad, they'll be eating like dried salad leaves. Horse milking cat.
View, bro, what are you doing? There's the tomato. I'm looking at the top bun right here, and
that doesn't look that good. That
if my eyes,
you know what? I usually give like all the extra bread to my dog. There's always too much bread with not much going on it. If there's no sauce or no cheese, I don't want to eat it.
Deceives me. I think I see some pickles. And
extra pickles always.
Who knows? Looks as though they put some pickles and some ketchup and mustard on the top bun. Maybe they were starting to make starting to do it like how they might do a double hamburger or a McDouble. And then they realized, oh wait, that's not what this is. And then they just covered it up, it looks like, with some lettuce and the sauce. That's funny. Well, nothing I can do about that now.
Don't give people food to your pets. And maybe that's why my dog always freaks out whenever somebody's eating around him. Do you guys like pickles? Pickles, I found, are really... It's like... Pickles are a controversial topic. I should make a video called The Controversial Rise of the Pickles. Because you either love them or you hate them.
There's a chance that that'll mess things up. I have no idea. But, I'm just gonna go in. Let's see how it tastes. Let's see, maybe this is gonna be the key, the secret, bowl. Right? And now everyone's gonna get it with some lettuce, or, no, talking about, with, some ketchup and mustard and pickles and the like, who knows. Alright, so they added a few ingredients that they shouldn't have. It is what it is in the end. Let's just try it out, see how it is. The Smoky BLT Quarter Pounder from McDonald's going in.
What does that mean? What does that mean? The peace sign? I'm on the edge of my seat right now. It looks like a Big Mac because of the amount of lettuce they put in. Upside down? Wait, he's wiping his hands with a satin napkin? That's so fancy. Is he doing this on purpose, like to keep us in the suspense? I'm getting triggered. Oh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't sound good.
You know, it's not a bad burger by any means. You know, there's a difference between something that's repulsive and you know, disgusting, and something that it's like, I don't even want to take another bite of this. You know, there's a difference between that, and I think we've all been here, right? When you have something one time, and it is so good, right? It tastes so good. It's like, this is amazing. You know, this is way better than I thought it would.
That doesn't. There's no consistency though in those places. It's like sometimes you'll get an incredible burger, but your perception of how incredible it is like varies on how hungry you are or your expectations and other factors, I think, because there's definitely some times where I feel like I've ordered fast food and I was like, oh my god, this is so incredible, I need to do this again, I need to eat this again. Like the Nashville burger, for example, I've had that camping once and it was great, and then I went back and ordered the same thing and it was not the same experience at all.
What it's going to be. And then you try it again, and had you not have had it so good the first time, maybe it would have been acceptable, maybe just barely, maybe it still would have been like, it's a little iffy. But you notice the second time that it's like, wait a minute, this isn't like how I remember it being. That's one of those experiences. You see, when I tried it out last 2 years ago, like I said, I loved the thing. I gave it a 9 out of 10. I thought this is one of the best quarter pounders from McDonald's that I've had. And the thing that I really liked about it was, yes, the quality of all the ingredients, but it was that Smoky BLT sauce. Because, yes, there was...
The Big Mac sauce, the best.
As described, this tanginess to it, this sweet note, but they nailed the smokiness as well. And, you know, it just paired so nicely with, of course, the beef patty, but likewise, the bacon strips as well. So, the sauce was really what made it. I tried it this year, and number one, as you can see, it didn't look, and you could go back to the original review if you wish, and you could see the difference visually, that it didn't look as picturesque, number one. Alright, so be it, it's fast food, right, who cares? You're not really expecting it to look like the ad. I mean, I wish, right? It's just shame that...
I understand this dude, I understand why he got super stock. I love this dude. Wait, he got stock? No way. Hunger is the best spice? Quote by Hungry Dude? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Rima, feed us! Ah!
The standards are that low, but anyway. So, alright, it looks a certain way. Then they threw on some ingredients that, you know, you couldn't really taste them. I mean, there was a little bit of the tartness from the pickles, but I mean... You know, it's not supposed to be there, so that's another little...
Wait, that wasn't supposed to be there?
Okay.
Ugh. I don't think I'd like that burger.
The beef is fine for what it is. I always like with the quarter pounders that they always seem to be tender, and there's a good amount of beef, of course. You know, it has that salt, pepper seasoning to it. The beef is fine. It's of decent quality. I really can't complain. And same thing with the bacon. You know, it has this little fattiness to it, but a little crisp as well. Flavorful, and pairs nicely. And all the other ingredients, you know, the lettuce is stringy, not the highest quality in the world. The tomato, though, is okay. You know, they're small, but they're all right.
I had a McMuffin today for the first time. It was nice enough, but most of the cheese was stuck on the wrap. Bro, I had a McMuffin like 3 days ago, and they forgot my ham. I think I ordered the, you know, egg and ham breakfast sandwich, and it was just the egg. There was nothing like... There was not even any sauce on one of the breads. I don't know, Mujin. I don't know. 28% not liking pickles. That's crazy.
Then that leaves me with that BLT, the Smoky BLT sauce. It's not like how it was back in 2022, I'm afraid. But that sweetness and even that tanginess that I remember, and they even tell you what it's supposed to taste like, that was missing. And while there's a smoky note, somehow I don't know if they changed something or what, but the sauce almost is, it tastes almost more of a char, and more of like a charred taste to it than anything else. That by itself may not necessarily be bad, per se, but it depends on the context. This, when I bite in, I don't really taste any garlic anymore. I don't taste this, there's no sweetness to it, and not really any tanginess. I just bite in and it tastes charred to me. And that's awfully disappointing. There's just not much to the sauce except for this charred flavor, and that leaves a lot to be desired, because, like I said, that sauce back in 2022 was perfect. It really was, you know, and I don't say that often. This, on the other hand, a huge step down from what I tried back then, and even forgetting that.
I love how serious he is about it, but I also love that, like, I watch a lot of food shows, and the way to describe food, the words they use to describe taste, which is another fuck, I'm failing right now with words, actually. It's another sensory thing. I find it really, that we understand what he's talking about, that's pretty impressive. But yeah, this is why I never picked the quarter-pound BLT. I think it's not worth it. I like the Big Mac. I'm a Big Mac girl.
Pretending like I never even tried that original back then, still, it's like,
for the sauce.
Alright, this still isn't all that enjoyable. It's not necessarily bad, it's not disgusting, but honestly, this would taste better without the sauce. The sauce actually detracts from it at this point, because, you know, you've had those instances where you have a burger and maybe there's an element to it that's a bit overcooked, and you bite in and, you know, sure, everything else can be excellent, but then you taste that charred flavor, just like it's a bit overdone, this little almost burnt flavor, and that, you know, it permeates. I mean, you taste it, and it's not going to go away. And then to make a sauce taste like that, like I said, I know they were trying to capture the smoky element.
Oh, shut up,
I don't know if they changed something. I don't know if they cut corners. I don't know if this is a local issue or what. But what I received here, quality of the sauce is subpar and detracts from it. So I would pass on this. Very disappointing, you know, the fact that
what's your rating?
It's so good, and now it's taken a step down from there.
Gee, just want McDonald's subs now.
Not necessarily bad to the point where, yeah, I could tolerate it. You know, you could have another bite or two and still fine. Everything is good except for the sauce, which yeah,
but isn't worth the calories.
So it's sort of unsalvageable in that regard, but disappointing, slightly overpriced.
No,
too.
Tony, the Big Mac sauce is not just ketchup, mayo, and mustard. They even sold the Big Mac sauce at the grocery. Yes, absolutely. That's what you sound like.
So I'm going to rate the Smoky BLT quarter pounder from McDonald's. I'm going to give it a 5.5 out of 10. Yeah, well, that's a big step down from a 9 to a 5. But that's what the sauce will do sometimes. All right.
Wait, what did he... That's what he... Dude really said that's what the sauce will do sometimes. I mean, he's not wrong. Like, you're not... It's not... The sauce is not supposed to stand out. It's just supposed to add a flavor. My Mac might not be big, but it's enough. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's enough. That's enough, Charlie. Yeah, I'm excited to watch this one.
Harvester, headed for the airfield.
Is the state of writing that bad? So I'm wondering if this video is gonna talk about writing in general, like books, or script writing.
Incoming harvester, headed for the airfield. Oh, good, they've got dragons.
Or
It's
games.
Dragon Age now.
Games writing.
Thank you for the advance warning, Jimothy.
General, tell Primarch Victus will rendezvous here. In the meantime,
They
let's go
fly
take care of
now?
whatever that thing dropped off.
They fly now.
Garrus?
Are you kidding? I'm right behind you.
You guys have seen that video? Okay.
How many other
You know what?
Marvelifications?
I think what would be a better format for you guys to submit things to react to, it doesn't have to be videos, by the way. It can be like Reddit threads and stuff. I'm thinking we should start like a Reddit, and that way, if it's a good video, people can upvote it. Like, oh yeah, that's the best video, you should watch this. Or, oh yeah, you should react to this. But we need mods for the Reddit.
Can we add into this? He's right behind me, isn't he?
The
There
karma
is
farming.
a Marvelification of crap writing like that. User alert! They fly now. Oh my god. Well, that just happened. What is it with just really crap writing infesting Star Wars and Marvel? It's not just Star Wars and Marvel. I'm not hating on that. I suppose easy tropes of writing. I find it lazy. I find it very boring. It's safe, isn't it? It's really safe. I find it very safe. And safe is often boring. You don't make art when you play it safe. I do think that the quality of writing in general has got worse. There's a brilliant video by Every Frame a Painting where they, I don't know if you guys have seen this, they show a scene from, I think it's one of the Avengers films, where it's effectively Captain America's, it's not funeral, but it's museum. If you've seen that video, the Captain America Museum, and there's a voiceover explaining constantly what happened with this, and there's a little kid looking up, and it's Steve Rogers with a hat on. He kind of tells the kid to be quiet and then walks off as like a secret. But if you play that scene without the voiceover, it's freaking brilliant. Like, without the voiceover, scene's badass, without a doubt. Because it works, because it's visual storytelling. I think what it might be is the writers don't have faith in the audience to follow visual storytelling anymore.
I've noticed that too. I hate when shows just hand you everything and they don't hint at things because they think that we're stupid and we're not gonna catch on to hints. Yeah, show, don't tell, absolutely. Hello Rima, I'm pretty drunk so I'll be brief. It's awesome that you're a genuine force of good in the VTuber community. I'm so happy you've surrounded yourself with other good people and Parrot. Aww. That's funny that she didn't include Parrot in the good people. Base? Thank you so much. That's very sweet. I really appreciate this comment. Thank you so much.
Almost as if the writers think that you have to lay out everything for the audience. Yeah, it truly does. To me, I think you're underestimating how many...
Yeah, like there was this show the other day, like this ancient Rome show that I watched. I watched it because it's ancient Rome and I love everything ancient Rome. And I mean, I liked some of the actors in it, but the show was pretty cheesy. Like, it was not a good piece of television by any means, but it was entertaining. It's a show about bread and circuses, and what the show delivered was just bread and circuses, plainly. Just, it's a popcorn show, and at the end, the guy is like, "You terrify me," but it's like, why does he have to say it? Why does he have to spell it out? Can't we just guess that with his actions? I was like, I cringed so hard with that line.
of those writers are just bad at writing. Yeah, that might be the case as well.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of very talented writers who just don't get a chance to write because they don't live in the correct place. What was the last film you saw that had writing in it that was amazing? Like, you actually had to step...
I can name a couple. The Arrival was amazing. Oppenheimer was pretty good. Wasn't an easy movie to follow by all means. Probably the kind of movie you need to watch twice to really understand everything. Trying to think. There are good movies, but they're getting rarer. And when you look back at movies that were done in the 70s and the 50s, because I also watched a lot of those always have like pretty decent writing. Hey Rima, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? Dude, I think about it all the time. I have watched Rome. You guys think I haven't watched Rome? I love Rome. Godzilla -1. Oh yeah, great writing. Just the roars and stuff. I mean, look, he's talking about easy tropes. Some tropes are endearing, so I don't totally agree with this. For example, Kingdom of Planets of the Apes. You can literally almost predict everything that's gonna happen. Like, he's gonna turn around, she's gonna leave, and she's gonna show up at the last minute to save everything. Or he's gonna, when he finally steps up as a leader, you know, this symbolic thing's gonna happen. I'm trying not to say spoilers. To show us that he's finally fulfilled his role. So, okay, yes, Planet of the Kingdom of the Apes was a piece of popcorn, and it wasn't like the most exquisite writing, but it did its job. And the tropes were good enough for the audience to enjoy the movie, and it's like you didn't cringe while watching it. It actually really wasn't that bad, and I'm very critical about things. I have a lot to say about House of Dragon. I'm even thinking about doing like a 40 minutes like video on it.
Back and be like, that is so goddamn. What was the last film you saw that changed your life? Because life can very much be divided sometimes into before you have experienced the art and after you have experienced the art. Now, I remember the first time I saw The Matrix. I remember the first time I saw Fight Club. The first time I saw The Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. These are the stories and the films that make you go, oh my god, this is incredible. The Lord of the Rings. I think for me recently,
don't get me started on the Lord of the Ring. I mean, Even Star comes from the Lord of the Ring. It was amazing. I mean, yes, the writing is absolutely on point. I never get tired of watching a movie. I watch that movie once a year, at least. Rings of Power, don't get me started on that. The new season's coming soon. Oh god, that was cringe. That was a really cringe piece of writing. I feel like, why is it so difficult to find good writers nowadays?
Made me sit back and go, holy
Yes,
crap, that is a film. Was Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was just so goddamn good. I mean, it's about the experience of the kind of generational trauma within Asian families. And I don't even have that, you know, but I could enjoy the film. Holy crap.
Parasite was good.
It was a film that wasn't even aimed at me as a demographic, but oh my god, it was great. Is that ship the Normandy? I hope that's the Normandy, just absolutely Is that very slowly flying toward the Reaper? It is.
Yeah, but like, even, for example, the writers that worked on Game of Thrones, like Benison and what are they called again? They're called Game of Thrones writers. You know, the writing was good, okay, until they ruined it. The script was good. There was some iconic lines, like the scene, chaos is a ladder, tell her it was me. Those were all good conversations. But yeah, David Benioff and D.B. West, those guys worked on another show that was such a snooze fest. It's called the body part problem. What was it called? It's on Netflix. Oh my god, it was so fucking bad, dude. I'm so tilted when I think about these things. They actually trigger me. They trigger me more than other things. Yeah, the Hodor scene, even that scene, like, that was supposed to be during like the downfall of Game of Thrones. That scene was good. That scene was good. Like the loop, 3 body problem. It was so bad, man. Like, I watched it because there's nothing else to watch. It was so disappointing.
That ship is really slowly flying toward the Reaper.
Troy movie with Brad
What
Pitt
happens
was
if we
pretty
just
good.
let it get there? Like, it's not far.
Brad Pitt was at its peak during that movie. It was so good.
Gonna be bad all over.
Maybe it could just get to the... Oh, the Reaper's moving away. Okay, cool. Maybe it could just get closer. I was kind of hoping that we could see what would happen. See how close that's going to get to it. Can it get there? Maybe that ship's
Yeah, Battle of the
real.
Bastards was good.
Oh, it's the Holdo maneuver, of course. That one thing that was like, it had a 1 in a million chance of happening. Well, then it's not heroic to do it, is it? That was dumb Star Wars writing. I'm gonna be in charge of this ship, and I'm gonna do a crazy maneuver that nobody's ever done before, but if it works, it would be the most powerful thing anyone could have ever done, ever. You know, we could just... That would rewrite warfare. You would no longer need weapons at all. You would just send tiny but dense ships into your enemy at light speed. That would be the only thing you ever need to do in kind of a Star War ever. And then they did that. And let's be fair, cinematography was badass. It looked gorgeous. And then, the next film, they were like, that thing had a 1 in a million chance of happening. Can you imagine what it would have been like if the 1 in a million chance didn't happen, and instead there was this big dramatic scene of sending everyone off the ship, and then the captain sits down and she punches it forward and the ship just explodes. And they were like, yeah, that's kind of what we all thought would happen there. I mean, there's a 1 in a million chance that you would have not done that, but statistically that's exactly what should have happened. Oh well, let's go back to fighting with swords. It's so strange. Yeah. It's so strange.
Star Wars. It came out a while ago. I don't really remember it. There was some interesting characters in those franchise. I don't really think that. Yeah, I don't especially think the writing was really good. There's like maybe one scene that I liked during the whole thing. I like the little robot. I haven't watched Acolyte. Is Acolyte really bad? Yeah, better off forgetting. Absolutely. Finn was cool until he wasn't? Well, why did he become cool? I don't remember. His character was interesting. Acolyte is the worst? Ugh. I mean, they've had some decent spin-off. Like, The Mandalorian was good. The last season I didn't really like so much. And then the solo... No. Antwort? That one was... Andor! That one was good. I liked it. The actor is great. I mean, I just like that actor in general, but it was a decent thing. And probably because it just took place in the world of Star Wars, and they didn't try to bring everything back to the franchise. Like, my problem with those franchise is that they always try so heavily to rely on the success of what made them popular in the first place. So they'll always allude to things that has happened in the successful movies. They'll always allude to characters that's happened in the successful movies, but I want them to be able to stand on its own 2 feet. Like, it should be an installment of its own, and it should be interesting enough for me to care about it. It can be set in the world of Star Wars, that's fine, but it doesn't always have to be about what, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi did 50 years ago.
I know this is a bit of a hot
the nostalgia
take,
bait too much.
but I don't think that the writing in Star Wars is as good as everyone thinks it is.
Soldier, you okay?
Yes, sir. We'll make it.
I also don't think the writing in Star Wars was ever really that good anyway.
No, it wasn't.
It's a brave of me to say.
No,
I understand
it
that it is brave of me. But let's be real, Star Wars was always kind of sci-fi pulp schlock.
Yeah.
And okay, we like that. I like sci-fi pulp.
I like more dark stuff, so like this is why I prefer Dune to Star Wars. I think the writing on the first Dune movie was really good. Second Dune movie, maybe not as much, but the writing on the first Dune movie was like, whoa, I did not expect anything. I was shocked when I first started watching Dune. I had no idea how good it would be.
Schlock? I'll take some of that. But when people are like, oh, it's a beautiful, brilliant, epic
Commander,
space
how many
opera.
troops in that crash? 50? 75?
No, it's sci-fi schlock, and we
Sounds
like
right.
that.
Schlock?
Hard
What
to
is
see a
that
beautiful
word?
ship like that go down.
Not to mention the men serving on her.
Star Wars was very much saved
That
in
was
the
a little
edit,
closer than I'd like.
by the way.
I'll say.
So the first Star Wars films, part 4, 5, and 6, the first rough edit of it was terrible. In fact, random bit. Okay, here we go. Random little side discussion. Okay, a bit of a conspiracy here. Can't prove. Can't not prove.
Like the first Star Wars is kind of what I was explaining earlier. Yes, it's sci-fi schlock, like he says, but it was good entertainment. Kind of like what I'm saying about, you know, that King of the Apes movie. I mean, yes, it's popcorn entertainment, but it was good. You know, it was good. It was like the heroes do something, and you're like, yes, you know, you're cheering for it. You care for the characters. You're like into the story. You care about what happens to them. It doesn't matter that it's not the most intellectual thing and there's not like the wittiest script. That doesn't necessarily mean that's insane. Like, not every movie needs to have this complicated time skips and loops and, you know, psychological things going on. Like, if you want to watch that, watch The Arrival. It's so fucking good. Like, the writer of this movie is so underrated. He said it took him years to find somebody that was willing to put his script into a movie, because no one's ever done something like this.
But I'm going to talk about it. You can tell me what you think. The very first Star Wars film was, I think, the first cut was edited by George Lucas, and it wasn't very good. So it was recut in the edit room, and I think it was recut by his wife at the time, and that was brilliant. That was great. That was a really good film. And then it was released, and it did really well. So it turns out that George Lucas is an okay director, an okay writer, and a bad editor, and made it really big with Star Wars. So why the hell are we changing all the films now that they're re-released and re-released and re-released? Well, there is a theory that, again, I'm not saying it's true, but there is a theory that if he re-releases the film with changes, then there is a legal justification to not pay the original editor, his wife at the time, royalties, because they are no longer the films that she edited. Let's just think about that for a second. Think on. Because otherwise, why would he change it repeatedly, every single time? Because it's clearly not a good decision to do that.
So, Commander,
it's a solid conspiracy right there. Solid conspiracy.
Wait, so you guys believe this, Rat? And Charlie doesn't believe it. He said it's a rumor.
It's like poetry.
And the Krogan have never forgiven us for the Genophage.
How good is Star Trek? Star Trek The Next Generation has got some of the best writing I've ever... Measure of a Man is just one of the best episodes of any TV show ever.
Star Trek is... I'm kind of lame for saying that, but I never really watched them. I know. I'm disappointing. Have you heard of Warhammer 40k? I've heard of it. My community's been trying to get me to get into it, but it's like games and things. It's like kind of up in the air what Warhammer is.
Not seen Measure of a Man. It's worth going to watch just for that episode.
Time.
Holy crap, it's so good.
Primarch from me.
Right behind you.
Sometimes, and this, you know what? This is going to tie into something. This ties, I know we're going a lot of tangents. If you've not been here before and you're like, why is it going on so many tangents? Welcome, this is what we do. Is it just me, or has writing moved away from solving problems with the characters being realistic and exploring who the characters are and what they want, toward just spectacle? Spectacle and extravagance and special effects and scenery and explosions and twists and big changes. Here's what I mean by that. You know, I really like super...
Wait, did you watch The Leftovers? Yes, and that was good. That was an emotional piece. You know what I've been, I this is kind of funny to admit, but I watch like scenes of like shows and movies that I really like from time to time. And I was just rewatching some like Westworld dialogue, and I was like, man, the writing on that show was so incredible. It was almost philosophical. It made you think about so many things. What is consciousness? You know, dreaming and all of these things. And the value of life. And, you know, that actor, Anthony Hopkins, he was in that show, the Rome show, Those About to Die. But he didn't shine the same way that he did in that show at all. So this could be attributed to a couple things. When a lot of actors have bad acting in a show, it's probably the director's fault. But when it's only one actor that's not delivering, then it's probably the actor's acting that's just not good. In that show, there was a few actors that I didn't like their acting, so maybe it was just a director thing. But the writing it carries so much of a show, and Anthony Hopkins did so well in Westworld, and he was completely lackluster in Those About to Die. It's like it wasn't even Anthony Hopkins. It was bad.
Superman comics or Superman animated films. I'm not a big fan of Superman live action films.
Yeah, Charlie posted in Discord in the React channel.
But the Superman live action films always focus on the fact that he is an all-powerful demigod and can go and fight other all-powerful...
I have a comment about that. Okay, I just watched... It's funny that he mentions this, because I just watched an interview with... what's his name? J.J.R. Martin, the writer of Game of Thrones. And he talks about Lord of the Rings. And he says, what's great in Lord of the Rings is that... And what's good... about fictions is when there's not too much magic, because too much magic can quickly overpower the plot. Like if a wizard, for example, could teleport from one place to another, then it makes things not difficult. If by waving your wand you can demolish an entire army, then why would you muster your troops? George R.R. Martin, yes. So bad with names. And he says that that's something he really kept in mind when he wrote Game of Thrones, and I see it. Like, I totally notice it. The magic that's present in Lord of the Ring is there, like, as some sort of force, and it's there, like, in the nature, in the world, but it's not, like, the characters aren't OP because of the magic. And same with same with Game of Thrones, you know. There's the walkers, there's the dragons, but it's not a catch-all thing. Like, you're not going to solve all of your character's problem with it. Yeah, Tolkien knew what he had to do with Gandalf.
Powerful demigods. Whereas the comics and the animated films explore his struggle to be human. Because Superman is so overpowered, he can beat anything.
Yeah.
But what he can't always come to terms with is the human condition. Which I think is great. I like that. I really, really like the fact that... I mean, there's an episode, there's a comic or an animated film where Superman's just trying to come to terms with the fact that he wasn't able to save someone. And that's beautiful, to see him struggle to deal with failure and loss is very human. And I like that. I respect that. Because I read a thing on Reddit earlier, and it said that we are so used to characters being written as dark and edgy in order to be... it's almost like they're trying to circumvent the trope. They're trying to circumvent your expectations. what's the word I'm looking for there? It's not circumvent.
Like
it's
what?
Something else. They're
some
trying to play
here.
on your expectations by making a character that is actually quite wholesome. Subvert, thank you. They're trying to subvert your expectations by taking a character that is wholesome and making them dark and edgy and brooding and brutal. But that is now so common that the subversion of expectation would be actually having them be a relatively well-adjusted, happy, capable, able person. That would be the subversion. I would like... I mean, I've been getting, for some reason, on my YouTube shorts, a load of short clips of the old Superman TV shows, where he was just a little bit awkward, a little bit naive, but, you know, well-natured, good-mannered, trying to save people and do good around the world as and when he could. And I was watching it, and I'm like, you know what, I prefer this Superman to evil, dark, brooding, nasty. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah, I feel like Superman needs to be wholesome. It's not in character. So Rima prefers soft magic and not hard magic in fantasy. Are you making a pun here? The Dark Knight was amazing, but it kind of ruined DC movies for a while. Why do you say that? Because Batman isn't supposed to be like this, or what?
Cool. I guess I just want to see superheroes struggle with being human as opposed to struggle with being super.
I mean, I feel like the one time where magic isn't too much, it's in anime. Cause it kind of equalized the field when everybody's like overpowered. And anime has no limits into what they can do and the visuals and all of that. Sometimes when something's CGI, even though it has made great strides in technology, it shows a lot. It's a little weird. Like, everything's a little weirder when it's like fleshies doing those crazy anime jumps. But when it's anime, it's just so fucking cool, man. It just looks so badass. Welcome to the squad. Oh, Douglas Diaz. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I liked how the Dark Knight was. I think those were great movies. I also liked the new Batman. I thought I would hate it because it was like that Patterson guy, Robert Patterson, that did it. But no, I actually really liked it. It was pretty good. All right, this is the Star Wars Rat Debunked. Is it a good video? I mean, I liked Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren was a cool character.
You know, with all the shit that's been rightfully slung at the scumbags of Kathleen Kennedy's cabinet of cucks helming the Star Wars franchise at Disney Lucasfilm, the last thing I expected in 2021 was to see OG Marsha Lucas herself, ex-wife of Star Wars creator and visionary George Lucas, come out and say that the Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy was an insulting pile of dog crap. Alright,
she said that?
I'm paraphrasing there, but we're gonna get into it. Welcome back to the channel, everyone. It's your pal Norm.
I mean, this is a really... I like his intro. I'm hooked.
Here. And today we're going to have a bit of fun going through some incredibly unfiltered and damning quotes by Marsha Lucas directed at Disney.
Yeah, Kylo had so much potential because I love that trope. This is what I'm talking about. Like, yes, it's an easy trope, but it's endearing if made well.
Lucasfilm, and explicitly their higher-ups and creative directors. Of course, Marsha Lucas was one of the editors who worked on the original Star Wars movie back in 1977. You'll notice I didn't use the term saved, quote-unquote, as so many dumbasses on the internet like to ignorantly regurgitate. But we will get back to that. However, Marsha did work and contribute substantially to the editing of the original Star Wars film, and probably worked closer with George Lucas than anyone, given the fact that they were husband and wife at the time. This fact is important because, well, since the purchase of Lucasfilm by Disney back in 2012, George Lucas's true feelings on the Star Wars sequels and on the direction that his beloved franchise was taken have been, well, legally handcuffed. Disney slapped him with a
They gave him the Nijisanji shakeup. Is he on a silencing contract? Is he not allowed to say anything about the movies?
Disparagement agreement as soon as the ink touched the paper on his contract when he signed his company over, meaning that George Lucas can't speak out explicitly negative about the company or the IP they now own, no matter what they choose to do with it. The closest we got to seeing George Lucas rightfully throw Disney and their corporates under the bus for how they treated him and his creation was back in 2015 in a now very infamous Charlie Rose interview where George referred to Disney as the quote-unquote white slavers, and he basically implied that Disney are an evil corporation that buys up properties and abuses the integrity of those properties they appropriate from other artists, which, given their track record, yeah, I'd say that sums it up right.
They decided they didn't want to use those stories. They decided they were going to go do their own thing, and so I decided, fine, but basically I'm not going to try to, they weren't that keen to have me involved anyway, but at the same time I said I'm not going to, if I get in there I'm just going to cause trouble.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to do what I want them to do, so... And I don't have the control to do that anymore.
You know what I was thinking about is that how many shows and movies have we had ruined because of like Hollywood execs? But for some reason, I feel like they don't care if we get upset by them because they're so used to people criticizing them. But yeah, we're still gonna watch their movies. We're still gonna watch their shows. It's almost like they just don't give a shit whether we complain or not. It doesn't matter to them. It just doesn't matter. And it sucks a little bit because it feels like we can't hold them accountable. Like, I'm gonna go back to my House of Dragon rant, okay? But the season was supposed to be 10 episodes. And they narrowed it down to 8. And that's why it was so bad. Oh, wait, I'm gonna carry on.
Everything up. So I said, okay, I will go my way and I'll let them go their way. And it really does come down to a simple rule of life, which is when you break up with somebody, the first rule is no phone calls. The second rule, you don't go over to their house and drive by to see what they're doing.
True.
The third one is you don't show up at their coffee shop or the things what you're going to run in. You just say, no, gone, history, I'm moving forward. Because every time you do, and you know, we all learn this from experience, every time you do something like that, you're opening the wound again. And it just makes it harder for you. You have to put it behind you, and it's a very, very, very hard thing to do. But you have to just cut it off and say, okay, end the ball game. I got to move on. And everything in your body says, don't, you can't. And these are my kids.
Yeah.
So,
all those stories.
It's his baby. He worked on it for like 10 years. Wasn't it 10 years to make the first Star Wars?
all the Star Wars films.
They were your kids.
Yeah, well, they are, right. You know, I loved them. I created them. I'm very intimately involved in them, and obviously to
and
sell
you
them
sold
off,
them.
I sold them to the white slavers that take these things and.
Yeah, but how much millions did he made off those of selling that? I mean, at one point you just want to like retire, and like everybody's goal in life is to just not work, right? That's the end goal, is not have to work and just be able to live off money, whatever money you got saved. So I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that decision. I'll blame them though.
And
okay, but I mean, but
billions? Damn, billions. Good deal, bro. Good deal, Georgie.
Now, again, I'm reading between the lines with that one, because as you can see in the interview, George cut his remarks short, but given Disney's track record, yeah, I'd say that sums him up just about perfectly. Now, apparently that white slavers comment got him into a lot of trouble behind the scenes, which is why we've scarcely heard anything negative from George regarding Disney or the direction they've taken Star Wars in the time since. Disney are about as cold-blooded and legally ruthless as it gets. They have no shame, and this non-disparagement stuff is probably written into every contract of every production staff member, executive, actor, or hell, even the sanitation workers they have on their payroll.
What was your job when you were based here?
Wait, some of you are saying it wasn't enough for what he sold it for, but then Pecora says Disney still haven't made the money back, so I don't know, I think he made a good deal probably.
Sanitation? Sanitation?
One famous example of legally swearing one of their staff members to silence is the late great J.W. Rinzler, one of the most notable authors on the behind-the-scenes production of Star Wars. He famously wrote The Making of Star Wars, which is probably the most informative piece of behind-the-scenes media a person can find on the production of the original Star Wars movie, and in doing so, he worked extremely close with George Lucas. In an interview with Rick Worley, J.W. Rinzler was incredibly open about his experience about working with Lucas regarding the original 6 Star Wars movies, but Rinzler was legally obligated to not have any comment about his experiences working with J.J. Abrams behind the scenes on the making of The Force Awakens, because that production was owned by Disney. Last year, while promoting his newly written novel, All Up, J.W. Rinzler on his own YouTube channel spoke about the NDA and how he was prevented from discussing his work regarding the making of The Force Awakens and why his novel was cancelled by Disney. And according to Rinzler himself, there was nothing at all damning about the company in the book, nothing disparaging whatsoever. He simply gave an accurate account of what happened behind the scenes that made the production seem less than perfect.
Oh. I know some people have tuned in, so to speak, to hear about my experiences at Lucasfilm as Disney, took over what they had bought. And I really can't talk too much about that because of this NDA, which I've tweeted about. I don't want my family to end up in debtor's prison. And so I want to manage expectations. I can't, I have to.
Why is he wearing gloves inside? It looks like he's in a cottage. Maybe there's no heat. I don't know. I was wondering the same.
Do weird syntax and talk about things in a kind of roundabout way. But I will talk a little bit about that. But I just don't want people to think I can say what actually happened because I can't still.
NDAs have too much power.
I'm not a lawyer.
It's not okay.
To me, an NDA should be covering things that are going to damage the company in terms of like giving away a plot point of a movie that's not been released or financials or something that's really secret. Nothing that I was going to do was talk about was like that. I consider myself more of just somebody who wanted to say what was going on.
Some NDAs don't expire.
Well, I guess in some specifics, but nothing that was going to damage the financial bottom line, really. I think the NDAs as they're written now are too broad. And I think that it's something that needs to be looked into on a more general level. I think people who join companies are asked to sign NDAs that are too all-encompassing. But that's just me, and I'm going off on a tangent. But I went to my agent, and I said, what should I do? And he said, take down the blog right away. He said, if you try and fight it, just step one will end up costing you at least $20,000. And I don't have that kind of money to throw around.
So it's a good thing there was at least one person who was close to Lucas during the production of the original Star Wars who Disney couldn't legally handcuff, Marsha Lucas. Speaking of J.W. Rinzler, these disparaging comments on the Disney Star Wars trilogy are referenced from his book on Howard Kazanjian, and coincidentally, Rick's interview with Rinzler took place shortly after he interviewed Marsha, so we're gonna come back to it towards the end of the video because Marsha also debunks another anti-George Lucas narrative that some online personalities have implicated her in, and in the interview, Rinzler also comments on that.
That's actually one of the, because I know that you just interviewed Marsha Lucas, which is a kind of a big deal because she doesn't really do interviews. With a lot of the people that don't like the prequels, their idea is that, anything that they do like about the originals, they say that somebody else did it. It was Lawrence Kasdan or Irvin Kershner, and they don't give George Lucas credit for any of the stuff that they actually like. And I've seen a lot recently this idea that Marsha Lucas saved the movies. And I mean, I'm sure that she contributed quite a lot. I'm sure she did important things. But a lot of the fans that are saying this, I don't think have any idea exactly what she did. I was wondering if you could talk about, specific things that she worked on. Do you have a very clear idea?
But for now, here is what Marsha Lucas had to say about the direction of Star Wars under Disney Lucasfilm, and this chick did not mince words. She says, I like Kathleen. I always liked her. She was full of beans. She was really smart and really bright. Really wonderful woman. And I liked her husband, Frank, as well. I liked them a lot. Now that she's running Lucasfilm and making movies, it seems to me that Kathy Kennedy and J.J. Abrams don't have a clue about Star Wars.
Oh, damn.
They don't get it. and J.J. Abrams is writing these stories. When I saw that movie where they killed Han Solo, I was furious when they killed Han Solo. Absolutely, positively, there was no rhyme or reason to it.
Can you feel that? Huh? Can you feel it, Captain Compost?
I thought, you don't get the Jedi story. You don't get the magic of Star Wars. You're getting rid of Han Solo, and then at the end of this last one, The Last Jedi, they have Luke disintegrate. They killed Han Solo, they killed Luke Skywalker, and they don't have Princess Leia anymore. And they're spitting out movies every year.
That's a good one.
Well, not so much anymore, but let's continue. And they think it's important to appeal.
Wait, did Rin Penrose announce that she was leaving Idol/Brave? I called it that she would be the one to leave. Was I right? Katarina, Cutie, Fool, Cloverfield, Juna, Unagi, and Rin Penrose and Meika 05 will pursue their path. I call it. Like, Rin didn't really collab, and she's doing fine on her own, so why would she go... Why would she lock herself into a company, into a contract? Why does the idol announcements always happen during my streams? I just read the statement. I told you who was leaving. Do I have to repeat them? Katarina Cutie. That was one of the Israel girls. Fuyo Cloverfield, Juna Unagi, and Rin Penrose and Meika 05. I don't know which one's Meika. Oh, she just made an announcement 23 minutes ago. Somebody made a video and wait, Terry Nebula, isn't that a viewer? You really call Braveroot a Japanese startup? It's not a startup. They've been there for a really long time. Isn't that one of our viewers? I don't know anymore. All right, so she's leaving, Katarina. Well, Yuko's gone. Rin's leaving. Fuyo's leaving. Juna Unagi's leaving. So all of Idol Ian first gen's gone. And who's Meika? Oh, it's an idol, a Spanish idol. Really? 137k subscribers. Holy shit. Was she an adopt? A year ago. Okay, she had her channel before she joined in. Yeah. So the people with really strong IPs are leaving. That makes sense. And then the people with that don't pull as many viewers or that don't have as many subs are sticking around. Makes sense. Yeah, we'll watch the Rin video after this. Let me just finish this real quick so, you know, editing doesn't become too crazy.
To a woman's audience, so now their main character is this female who's supposed to have Jedi powers, but we don't know how.
Yeah, Ian Jin 2 are staying. They come up frequently. I can't imagine they would stay.
How she got the Jedi powers or who she is. It sucks. Oh my god. Wow, Marsha. The storylines are terrible. Just terrible. Awful.
Jordan fades back. Swoosh. And that's the game!
You can quote me, J.J. Abrams, Kathy Kennedy.
Big loss for Brave. Big loss reaching the mainstream audience for Brave, because the thing right now is that all of the idol VTubers that are staying heavily play into GFE and parasocial relationship. And while that does get you a lot of donations and a lot of money, it doesn't have the same mainstream pool that Rin Penrose has, where she had people that weren't really into VTubers watch her, and you know, you get a lot of new viewers because of her. And Brave Group, I'm trying to think, but I feel like all of the girls right now in Brave Group are also very much into the GFE / parasocial thing. You know, so we're losing a lot of variety here. A lot of and we're losing Rin's mom. It's a huge loss.
Kennedy, talk to me.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, wow. Doesn't get any more clear cut and dry than that. It's in writing, and she didn't hold back an inch. Bravo, Marsha. Bra-fucking-vo. Tell us how you really feel there, Marsha. She didn't just criticize Disney openly. She put them through a fucking meat grinder and named exactly who she was displeased with in a manner that I don't think we've seen from someone who was as involved with Star Wars as she was once upon a time. I mean, John Boyega has criticized Lucasfilm for making token characters that were underutilized, including but not limited to the character he played. And also, let's not forget how Daisy Ridley dropped a bombshell last year, confirming what we all pretty much already knew about the production of the Disney sequels, that J.J. Abrams, Kathleen Kennedy, and Rian Johnson had zero roadmap whatsoever for those movies. But neither of them actually came out and explicitly badmouthed the creative team and executives, or explicitly called the movies awful the way Marsha did. What I love most about what Marsha said, besides the fact that she wasn't vague, is not only did she condemn the mistreatment of legacy characters like Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, and how insulting their depiction was in those movies under this new creative regime, but she also, and arguably most importantly, criticized the agenda of the movies for trying to appeal to a women's audience when Star Wars is meant for everybody. And she also goes on about how the movies completely fuck up the lore of the Force and the Jedi by cooking up a random female Jedi who can, without any plausible reason whatsoever, use the Force in a manner that dwarfs just about any other Jedi character that came before her. Without any...
Why was the movie catered for women? It's not because there's a woman protagonist that it's catered for women. I don't know about that. Was there more stuff that made it that it was like, that people said made it so it was mostly catered for women? I mean, I agree with all the other arguments that she wielded the Force way too easily, she was too powerful, all of that. The lore was messed up for sure, but...
training at all. A character who can do everything. A Mary Sue character.
The ship? I mean, in the other movies there was also a ship. It was just the other way around.
That the majority of fans couldn't stand because of how unrelatable she was. Of course, I'm paraphrasing here, but see...
Wait, they said that the Force is female? Whoa. Did I miss that quote in the movie? They said that the Force is female. What? They said that? I'm insulted. In the trailer, they wanted people to hate the movie before it even came out?
Fans who couldn't stand this Mary Sue character, and rightfully so, were labeled. They were labeled as misogynistic, unreasonable man babies. So the fact that Marsha Lucas' ex-wife, female ex-wife of George Lucas, couldn't stand her either, completely shatters that narrative. And the fact that she's a former OG production member, and again, ex-wife of the creator of the franchise, makes her stance so cathartic. Because we've been criticizing this company and its shitty movies for years, and they try to drown us out.
I don't know.
But
I don't remember anything
her.
about the movies. I don't remember anything. I only remember... The only thing I remember about these movies was the cute little robot. I like that guy. And then... I vaguely remember Chewbacca, or like Chewie. And then I remember the red scene with the evil guy telling Kylo Ren to strike his enemy, and then Kylo Ren whips out his laser and cut off his head. That was cool. But that's it. That's all I remember. I think I blocked everything off in my memory.
And thankfully, they can't control her. Marsha Lucas rarely gives interviews, so I guess that's why her stance on the matter took so long to be heard. But you see, this also gave Marsha the chance to debunk another narrative.
BB-8 was
and while
cute.
I've seen so many content creators talk about how she bashed
BB-8
Disney,
was cute,
I haven't
and
seen much of the
they brought back R2, no? Didn't they bring back R2? But I like that because but that's the only part we kind of liked in those movies. It's like, oh my god, it's R2. Oh my god, it's true. We only like it because of the nostalgia and we know these characters. We don't like it because the movies were good or anything else.
Internet highlighting the other stuff that Marsha said that completely shatters another narrative surrounding her ex-husband, the creator of Star Wars, George Lucas. The internet has often used the crutch of, quote, Star Wars was saved in the edit, end quote, to avoid praising George Lucas for his past work, and this is mainly due to the wave of prequel hate bandwagoners that occupied the internet in its early days.
I mean, the original Star Wars, I thought they were pretty well-directed films, you know?
They're well-edited films. Well, there's a lot of talk about Star Wars and how it was sort of saved and edited and everything they changed, but...
Right, like people say the original cut of Star Wars was very, like not paced out well, didn't have a lot of oomph to it. And then those guys went and edited it, and they're like, yes, okay, we have to make these scenes work, we have to... So I propose...
I mean, I've heard that you can ruin a lot of movies in the edit, but I've never heard that a movie was saved in the edit. The content must have been there in the first place, like the acting, the scenes, and all of that. You don't just make footage appear out of thin air. Doesn't matter how you put them together.
He's fraud from the get-go.
From the very beginning, you know?
And Marsha Lucas was often labeled as some kind of savior of the project. People desperate to sell this narrative treat her as like some kind of martyr. Now, I'd like to think most everyone with more than 2 functioning brain cells would know that this narrative was full of shit right from the very get-go, since virtually every unanimously praised piece of media, be it a novel, comic, or film, is saved in the edit. That's why these things called drafts and rough cuts exist. In regards to, quote, saving Star Wars in the edit, here's what Marsha Lucas had to say. From the same novel, it says, Marsha has heard many times that George was the head and she was the heart of Star Wars, but she says that's not accurate. Quote, I wouldn't think so. Marsha says, I definitely made scenes work. I made the end battle work. I definitely had a lot to do with making it work, but I wasn't the writer, and I wasn't the director. And I didn't come up with the creative names. Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, all those names are classics. George came up with all of it using his amazing imagination.
And the truth shall set you free!
And funnily enough, J.W. Rinsler was asked about this during Rick Worley's interview, and here's what he had to say.
And I've seen a lot recently this idea that Marsha Lucas saved the movies. And I mean, I'm sure that she contributed quite a lot. I'm sure she did important things. But a lot of the fans that are saying this, I don't think have any idea exactly what she did. I was wondering if you could talk about, specific things that she worked on. Do you have a very clear idea?
I have a pretty clear idea. Yeah, we spoke for a while, and I spoke with George about it before. Without scooping the book, because we do want people eventually to read the Howard. It's basically a book about Howard Kazanjian, but Marsha Lucas's interviews featured throughout the book, and in some places more than others, for obvious reasons. But I think she was just there as a person who had strong opinions about certain elements of the film, and for instance, American Graffiti fought pretty hard for editing it in a certain way at a certain juncture when the movie wasn't quite working.
Yeah,
and that was really key. And she was good at. I think Dwayne Dunham told me this. Who's also an editor and director, that she was really good at doing the emotional character scenes. It's not that she did all of them, but she was able to look at them and sometimes change something very small, and it really made it work. And she was just, George, of course, is a fantastic editor. I mean, he's really a great editor. And Marsha Lucas is a really great editor. And so the two of them together, particularly on Star Wars and Empire, I mean, it's not like the other editors weren't doing anything, but those are two really fantastic editors working on a film. Although, of course, George was clearly the one who just had the final say on everything.
Right.
But Marsha's the one, and George has said this too, that edited together, basically the attack on the Death Star, which is one of the most incredible pieces of editing in the history of film. But then he was also there too, so he has to get credit as well. And Marsha Marsha certainly wasn't saying anything like, "Now I want credit, damn it." No, she doesn't like giving interviews. She thinks George deserves all the credit, but she did do a few things, and so she was talking about those things.
I definitely recommend heading over to Rick's channel and watching that interview in its entirety, because it's very informative about the conversation that Rinzler had with Marsha Lucas regarding his novel about Howard Kazanjian. But if you're looking for an excellent beat-for-beat breakdown for why Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit by Marsha Lucas was a trash narrative by the internet from the get-go, more specifically referencing Rocket Jump's infamous video, then you should really check out Nerdonymous's video, where he basically debunks the whole thing through a fuck ton of time and effort researching first-hand accounts, including...
It's kind of... That's great. That's just how misinformation works. Like, the video that's spreading false information, 2.7 million. The video debunking it, where it took him probably way longer to debunk it and to conduct his own investigation, 30K.
Including the works of, you guessed it, J.W. Rinzler, regarding the behind-the-scenes production on the original Star Wars movie. Without giving away the whole video, he basically reveals that Rocket Jump deliberately excluded context from the quotes he used in his video that would have acted as a brick wall for his narrative against George Lucas. Nerdonymous also shows that Rocket Jump was either dishonest or straight-up ignorant about the sequence of events that transpired during the making of Star Wars, and who contributed what to the film, and Nerdonymous goes on to prove that ultimately it was George that had the final say and influence on the finished cut that everyone praises. It's an excellent video, a breath of fresh air I'd assume for many of you, and I highly suggest you check it out. I've linked Rick Worley and Nerdonymous's channels below so you can go and check out their content. But let's get back on point. Marsha Lucas's words are clearly straight from the heart, and likely express what many who worked on the original Star Wars, including George, think of these new movies. If Marsha Lucas is this pissed off at the creative leads at Lucasfilm, just imagine how pissed off George Lucas must be. It's just a damn shame he can't say it, because he would get crucified by the legal system. But Marsha was under no such contract, and it's a shame she doesn't like to give interviews, because I'm sure fans of the franchise would have loved to hear her perspective much sooner.
She's the only one that can talk.
But I suppose it's better late than never. It's the same reason why the Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit narrative remains so prevalent over the past decade. Though again, I'd like to think most people who thought about that for more than 2 seconds realized it was bogus to begin with. But there you have it. Thank you, Marsha, for expressing your opinion on the new owners of Star Wars and your first-hand account on the movie that made us all fall in love with the franchise to begin with. Before I wrap this up, and since I know I'll likely be asked in the comments, what do I think of Marsha Lucas saying she wasn't a fan of the prequels?
Oh no, not a Jim Carrey clip again!
Honestly, I'm quite indifferent about it. After giving her comments a look, it's not a take I haven't seen a zillion times before. It's just a lot of surface level stuff that's not quite accurate. For example, Marsha wasn't a fan of Anakin being a little boy, and the fact that Padme was older than him. She also gets the ages wrong with each character, and if I didn't know any better from reading what she had to say, I'd think Marsha was under the impression that Padme was infatuated with Anakin in The Phantom Menace, which also isn't accurate, because it's a huge point in Attack of the Clones that Padme becomes attracted to Anakin when he re-emerges in her life as an adult. And Marsha also goes on about the prevalence of CGI extravagance in Episode 1.
She has not changed. She has not changed from the first movie to that part. But he's grown up so much.
Another form of common misconception, since the practical effects in The Phantom Menace actually dwarfed the amount of CGI in that movie, and also dwarfed the amount of practical effects in any other Star Wars movie up till that point. But the fact of the matter is, Marsha Lucas, for whatever her reasons, didn't like the story and felt disappointed with what George decided to do, and that's absolutely fine. More power to her. As good as the prequels are, they don't resonate with everyone, and neither does Star Wars as a whole. Anyway, guys, that about wraps it up for today. Thank you very much for checking out this video. I really appreciate it. Please don't forget to check out the channels.
The movies that came, like the newer movies, they were worse than the first ones, made in the 70s. Okay, I want to take a look at the idol stuff. Rin Penrose.
Hi, my name is Rin Penrose from Idolien's first generation isekai, and I have an important announcement. As of November 2024, I will be graduating from Idol Corp, and I will be instead operating as an independent VTuber. Sorry, I've always wanted a reason to do that. I love being overly dramatic. It's all I know how to do anymore. Anyway, I'm quitting my job, and here's why. Hi, I'm black text on a white background, and you're watching the Disney Channel. But for how long? Yes, in a few months, me and some other idol talents are going to be leaving the company and becoming fully independent VTubers. You might have already seen the announcement from Brave Group, but even if you have, I'm gonna...
She's a showman. That is showmanship.
I'll read it to you because I feel like it. Dear fans, we want to start by thanking everyone for the warm welcome following our recent announcement about Idol's acquisition by Brave Group US. Your support and trust mean everything to us, and we promise to do our best to meet your expectations. We also want to express our gratitude for the Idol management team's willingness to work with us. Their cooperation is essential for a seamless transition and the success of our shared vision. As noted in the previous announcement, when integrating Idol into Brave Group US, we prioritize giving every talent the freedom to choose their future with us. It was important to us that no one felt forced into a decision amid such significant changes. We understand that transitions can be daunting.
Oh, wait a sec. So they're selling the IPs. They're selling the IP. And they're asking for a portion of the revenue for the model sharing for a whole year. They made it sound like it was that they were just giving them away the IP, you know, for free. I mean, it's still a good deal. Probably. A deal that most people would like to take. But it wasn't completely, you know, it wasn't a philanthropist thing.
Working within a larger corporate structure isn't for everyone. Therefore, we are thrilled that Nikki Ray, Connie Confetti, Kaisai Kota, Momo Atako, Poco Rakun, Roka Rorin, Akugaki Koa, Lullabelle Lullaby, Ruby Runehart, Taiga Toragami, Chikafuji Lisa, Enya Ignis, and Shabelle Tonya have chosen to stay and work with us on growing Idol together. We are sad to see them go, but we deeply respect the decision of Katarina Cutie, Fuyo Cloverfield, Juna Unagi, Rin Penrose, oh yeah, that's my one, and Maker05 to pursue their paths independently.
Thank you, Splatoon, for
we are
bits.
committed to celebrating their journeys at Idol with a dedicated farewell stream in November. Under the terms of the signed agreements, instead of requiring any upfront payment for the IP, we will engage in a revenue sharing model for 1 year. This arrangement ensures they can continue to grow their careers on their own terms, regardless of the personal financial situations at the timing of departure. We are also excited to announce that we will immediately start working on 3D model debuts for the talents who choose to stay. Oh, that's nice. Regarding the debut of Idolian 3, we are committed to ensuring the highest quality debuts. To achieve this, we have decided to delay the debuts until October. Additionally, we will debut 4 talents following the departure of one of the upcoming talents. We are also aware of the concerns regarding the delivery of previously
Wait, what? We will debut 4 talents following the departure of one of the upcoming talents? Are they talking about that Spanish VTuber that's leaving, or is it one of the debuts that are streaming that are leaving? What's the percentage sharing? Could be anything. Could be 50%. Could be 20.
Undelivered merchandise. We are taking steps to address these issues. We will attach a detailed shipping schedule for all pending orders in the replies. Should any delays occur or issues arise in producing the merchandise by the scheduled dates, we will provide refunds. Thank you for your patience and continued support. Warm regards, Idle. Now, if you know anything about how most VTuber agencies work, then that bit about IP is massive. Basically, Brave Group gave us a choice when they acquired Idle, which was either A, stay in Idle and work under Brave Group, or 2, leave the company, but keep all of our pre-existing branding, including our models, names, assets, channels, etc., and just become indies. As you can tell by the YouTube apology side at the beginning, I chose option 2. Usually, though, when something like this happens, talents taking ownership of their IPs isn't even an option. The choice is either stay with the company or leave, but we keep your character. This is honestly done for valid reasons. For example, so the company can better legally defend the IP if needs be, and just to make the day-to-day running of the agency less of a pain in the ass. But the point I'm trying to make is, Brave absolutely did not need to give us this option, but they did it anyway, and I think that is worth some serious respect. In the future, I do hope to see more agencies kind of do this sort of thing. I also just want to point out how cool it is that while some of us are probably going to say stuff like, we're buying our IPs, just because that's an easier way to describe it, honestly, Brave didn't actually make us pay a single cent up front for any of this. Instead of them saying something like, the Rin Penrose intellectual property is worth $32.79. Pay up. What they're actually asking is that we just split some of our earnings with them anytime we do anything that generates any money using the IP, starting from when we graduate in November and ending a year after that. I think the press release makes a really good point about why this might be—
But is there a cap on it? I would rather just pay it up front. Not gonna lie. I just always pay up front on these things. It's— a lot of the time, you can probably make up the revenue for a model and ownership in like a month or 2 months. So gave it, like, having to revenue share for a whole year, man, it must— I mean, she probably did her calculations and figured out that it would cost her less to do it that way. Again, we don't know what the percentage are, but I would always just pay up front. And the other question is, how much did they value the models to? Because, you know, the IPs, when they were bought, when Idol bought those IPs or bought those models with the ownership rights, they cost a certain amount of money. But now it's like, oh, I'm selling you back the Rin Penrose with 500k subscribers channel. Well, that probably went up in price. So is there a cap on the percent? Like, I'd love it for it to be, I'll pay you back them. Let's say the model's worth, I don't know, $20,000. The IP is worth $20,000. I'll revenue share with you until that $20,000 is complete. And then we each go our own way. That's what I would do.
Preferable to an upfront payment when it says, this arrangement ensures they can continue to grow their careers on their own terms, regardless of the personal financial situations at the timing of departure. If they just put a flat price tag on the IPs, then what would have happened if one of us couldn't afford what they were asking? Like, let's be real, if we take into account the value of the models, the associated assets, and the perceived value of the channels, you're automatically just asking for at least a 5-figure sum there. I personally think it's preferable that we have the revenue split, rather than one of us having to go into debt so we can keep our models. That being said, I am definitely going to just describe this as me buying my IP, because that is far less of a mouthful than me describing this to other people as I'm—
Well, okay, well, the girl in ES that came in with her model, I hope they're not making her buy back her IP. That's insane. I'd negotiate so, like, you only get the value of the amount of subs that I earned between that period and that period. Like, the 2 months I was with Idol, that's what you're getting. That's fair. A 5-figure sum for an IP? Whew. I'm glad I'm indie. Well, yeah, from a business perspective, sure, but you know, Sony, they just let them off without purchasing them. They just gave them the IP. It's kind of unfair because they... Well, Okay, I don't want to talk too much shit because they still get to buy their IP, which is not always an option. But let's be real. The VTuber, like, floor for, like, our expectations for VTuber companies are so low. So it's relative to those low expectations. But, like, when you put it as a business perspective, like, she's still the person who was there working to make that IP more bloated was Rin. So there's also this contribution that I hope was calculated in the value of the IP. Technically, she's already paid part of her due. Yeah, that's the thing. Meika was only an idol for a few months, so how did her her value of the IP work? Because she came in with her IP, she already had probably gotten a lot of subscribers. I'm gonna look at her channel right now. Before that, how much boost did being with Idol actually give her? Okay, so when did she debut? Okay, debut Idol ES 3 months ago, and that was May 3rd. Okay, well, okay, so fuck, it doesn't go far back enough. Oh, sorry. It's here. Wait, what the hell? Oh, these are views. Okay, this is a subscriber count. So this is February. This is April, May. So she gets a bump of 9k subs and 2k subs. So she got 13k subs from joining Idol. Everything else was done by her. She had 110 subs before joining Idol. And Idol only netted her like 13k subs maybe. So did they keep that in mind in her contract? I guess it depends of her. How does it work? Like the contract they entered in, does Brave Group have to buy the contract as is? Why would I need her PL? She didn't lose any subs. Where are you saying she lost 10k? She never lost subs. She's only gaining less per month. She was one of the biggest, not the biggest talent in Wactor. Jeez. Mika said that she still owns everything. So maybe she doesn't have to buy her IP.
I'm going to be participating in a revenue sharing system with my former employer for the duration of 1 calendar year, starting on the effective date of our signed agreement, which itself becomes active upon my... Cool stuff.
Like, I've been approached by agencies before, and they said they were willing to, you know, buy me a model in exchange of getting a percentage of my revenue And I was just like, nah. And I wasn't even making money back then, but I knew I was going to make money in the future if I just kept on going. And I was like, there's no point. You're going to be paying my model. It's going to cost what, like maybe 2 months of revenue. And then I'm just stuck in a contract with you, giving you my hard-earned money that I'm working for. The only time where it makes sense to share your revenue is if they're actively working on making your channel like earn more and bigger. So if it would be on my videos, if they're not actively working on my videos, then that's not worth it. So, you know, maybe for an idol agency, this is different, but it's not, it ain't worth it. Like, that's why for sponsors, it's worth it. You bring me a certain amount of money, you take a cut at it. That's fair. That's totally fair. But for everything else, I personally couldn't do it. Now, some people like the corporate structure. Some people like to have resources. I'd rather pay everybody a flat fee than pay a percentage deal. Always, always.
I think it is important I go into depth about why I'm deciding to leave the company now of all times, considering all of the everything going on right now. Because I know a lot of people are going to look at this and say, Brave acquiring Idol and Rin leaving Idol were announced at around the same time, therefore correlation does imply causation, and Rin is leaving Idol because of Brave. Or maybe the even more scandalous, Brave kicked Rin Penrose out because they don't want to deal with her, which, gotta admit, kind of sad that's not the case because that would have been extremely funny. I had actually handed in my graduation notice in June before I was even told about the acquisition. I'd been having problems with Idol for the better half of a year now, and I stayed because I love numbers, and throwing 700,000 subscribers into the trash wasn't something I was willing to do on a whim. You know, I've done good work on this channel. I have music stuff that I'm very proud of. I've done great streams that I've been really happy with. The algorithm eats up my shorts like popcorn. But it got to the point where even that stuff didn't really outweigh the issues that I've been having. For the record, when I say I've been having issues, I gotta clarify. I have not had a single issue with any of the other talents or any of the managers that are gonna be moving to Brave and continuing to work with talents there. Mina is great. Lonnie is a legend. Lala likes Pikmin and therefore is my best friend. I've had numerous calls with a lot of Idol talents where we've discussed what's going on and we've been trying to work out what the next steps are going to be, and it has been really helpful hearing everyone's opinions on this. There's a member of the N3.
That makes a lot of sense now. A lot of sense. Why she hasn't been streaming so much. Why she addressed the payment issues right away without being sanctioned by management, and it just coincides with a lot of the other things we've been hearing from other sources. But honestly, I had no idea. Like, props to her for continuing. And that's the thing, right? Is you work so much on a channel that even if you're in an environment where it's not suitable for you anymore, you've outgrown it, you're kind of stuck with it. Imagine how Aqua feels.
Who I think is literally the coolest person alive, and I feel really smug that I know her and you don't. The problems I've been having were problems with how Idol was handled in the past as a company before Brave stepped in. I'll still be working with Brave until my graduation, and genuinely I'm looking forward to it, even though it's not going to be for very long. Maybe if the acquisition had happened sooner, I'd be on board with staying, but as it stands, all the problems I experienced made me realize something, and that is that I just don't think I'm the best fit for a VTuber agency. Like, I tend to keep to myself a lot, so I'm terrible at reaching out to people.
Yeah.
I tend to hang out more with managers than actual talents because I'm the kind of kid who hung out in the teacher's lounge during break time. My fan engagement skills are basically in the abyss. And yes, I will admit it is a factor. Interacting with the more adult side of the industry isn't great for my mental health. There are things that agency VTubers generally need to be able to deal with in some way, and I can tell you right now, basically everyone else in this company is miles ahead of me in that regard. And it is because I had that realization when I did, that I decided to ask to graduate, because I don't think I'm cut out for agency life. What I am cut out for is being an indie with a personal manager. That's right, baby! In a few months, I'll be paying someone to fight me in the Tesco's parking lot. I'm really moving up in the world, huh? I know a lot of people were expecting me to stick with Brave because I've spoken really highly of Idol and VTuber agencies in the past, and let me be
She
clear.
has.
I stick by those points. If you're a social person who can work well with others and you can embrace certain parts of the industry, I find it very difficult to.
What does she mean by certain parts of the industry and how she's not built to handle some things about the industry? What is it? Is it working with supervisor? What is it? You know, a lot of these VTubers that require a lot of resources, they like to have a lot of people helping them. What they don't realize is you don't need a manager, you need an assistant. That's what you need. No, I don't think she's talking about collabs and networking, because she's said that in a previous sentence. She's alluding to something else.
And find yourself a good agency and you will be having a great time.
Maybe it's
Genuinely,
restrictions.
if you're looking for somewhere to audition, then I would still recommend Idle when they open
Maybe
up
it's
auditions
office
next.
politics,
Or
yeah.
even other brave groups like Vtuber. But if you are like me, you know, someone who now has a large following, someone who isn't great with group projects, someone who wants to focus more on highly edited content someday, who's a loner, a hacker, a freak, sad, pathetic, unloved, then joining an agency still might be a good experience. But it might just not be where you're meant to be forever, and that's okay. All you can really be expected to do is what is best for your...
Rin kind of reminds me of those theater people that we had in high school that were kind of annoying, but as a VTuber, it fucking works, man. It's like exactly what you want in a VTuber.
yourself. And what was best for myself was getting into an agency, meeting a couple people who fundamentally changed my entire outlook on content creation, making a shit ton of connections, finally learning a way to record music in a non-Audacity program, and then leaving while you still have a positive outlook on the entire thing. Today's life lesson, get that bag of friendship. The friends were the bag we met along the what? Okay, that's enough about why I'm leaving. This is how it's actually going to happen. I'm not graduating immediately. I'm still here until November. As a VTuber, you can't just say to your company, hey, I'm graduating next week. Hope you don't mind. For the next few months, I'm still here. I'm still an idol talent. And being an idol talent, even one who is graduating, I still get access to the benefits of being an idol talent. Not gonna guarantee anything until we've had a bit more time to cook, but I am fully intending on having a very interesting next few months. Speaking of interesting, did you know that for the next 3 and a bit months, I'm Brave Group US's most subscribed to talent? Oh no!
Don't let her cook.
Hear me out for a sec. So far as I can tell, there is no one channel in the entirety of Brave Group, all branches, not just US, that has hit 1 million subscribers yet. There's one channel that's close, that being actual proper idol duo Hime Hina at 937,000 subscribers. But like, come on, I would have to be utterly delusional in order to think I can compete with that. And that's why I'm not competing with them. I'm competing with the concept of time itself. Okay, so here's the scheme. I just think it would be really fucking funny if, within the next 3 odd months, I just make a mad dash to 1 million subscribers, make Brave Group history, get my God Play button, and then just die on the spot. Like, do I have confidence in this plan? No, I do not have trust in my ability to gain an extra 250,000 subscribers in the span of 4 months. But this is not about confidence. This is about number go up. And if playing Cookie Clicker has taught me anything, it's that
I used to think Rima wanted a manager for a husband. Now I'm thinking Rima needs minions. Yeah, I just need a bunch of minions. I'm like, yeah, I'm like that Minion movie. Isn't the guy in a Minion movie like a super villain? Yeah, her character that she plays is so good. It's perfect.
I'm sort of okay at making numbers go up. Yes, this may destroy me. Yes, I might have to make some more YouTube shorts, but it'll all be worth it when I manage to barely stumble over the finish line come November, gold play button in hand, before falling on my face and crumbling into a pile of dust and ash. Listen, all we gotta do is market it as the push to 1 million subscribers and we'll be set. The joke writes itself. And this was the part of the video where I decided that video editing is a scam and I'm not gonna do it anymore because the
Lastenza.
video goes out in 4 hours, and I need to get ready for my family trip. You know, the law of YouTube retention says no one's gonna see this anyway, so it's fine. So, closing thoughts here. Firstly, things that I haven't covered. Let's go over those real quick.
So she is close to 1,741,000 subs. Sorry, I'm gonna keep playing the video while I look things
After
up.
I leave the company, during that funky wonky little 1 year period, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't plan to just stop existing immediately or whatever. I don't plan to stop existing full stop, you know. That's called dying. I don't plan to die, personally. Things are probably gonna be a little bit complicated by that point, but it's too far in the future. I don't know. Don't ask me. I wish I had the answers you're looking for. Cause I'm looking for him too. God damn, I'm 14 and this is deep.
Low-key,
So, yeah.
she's getting a lot of
After
subs,
November.
guys.
But
she can reach 1 million subs pretty soon. Like, she gets 1K subs every 3 days. Every 2-3 days. That's pretty good. Hey, did my model freeze? What the fuck? Hello? Low battery? I literally have it plugged. What? Hold up. What? How is it low battery? It's plugged. Hold up. The fuck? How is it low battery? It's plugged in the... It's been charging the whole time. Okay, I need to do shorts, man. That's why I need to hire somebody that's gonna feed, like, I just want somebody to script shorts for me and feed them to me, because I don't have time to think about shorts. I just need somebody to tell me what to do, and I'll be like an NPC. I'll be like their personal NPC and say whatever they want me to say. And we can turn those into shorts. I'm not into short meta. I don't get it. Too much Zoomer shit.
and Penrose will still be on the planet, so you better watch out, you better watch out, you better watch out. Also, another thing that I forgot to put in the video earlier is that there's not gonna be like a collab ban between people who stay and people who go, and that is very important for me because Lala is my bestest friend in the whole world, specifically because she likes Pikmin. I think generally what I want to say at this point is just like shout out to everyone who has had to be dealing with this, because this is it's a big change, it's a stressful situation for everybody involved. You know, once again, on my hands and knees on the floor, crying, sobbing, weeping, wiping a single tear from my eye. Shout out to Lani for keeping me alive. Shout out to Lani for keeping everyone alive. Yeah, and also shout out to Brave Staff, because goddamn, you looked at Idle Corp and you were like, I can fix them, and then you did? What the? I don't know how you managed that.
Was it such a mess?
Genuinely, I do not know how you've managed this. All of the Brave staff I've been talking to have been nothing but pleasant. All of them have been a pleasure to work with, and I'm gonna be in great hands until I leave. I do want to say, even though I'm leaving by choice, I am very thankful for my time with the company, because goddamn, like, in some ways I'm the same guy I was 2 years ago, and in some ways I'm definitely not that person anymore, oh dear, but like in a good way. Like I said it earlier, right, I came in, I made a bunch of connections, I talked to a lot of people who really changed my outlook on not even just VTubing, just like content creation on the internet in general. There's a lot of shit that I did not know how to do before, and now I know how to do it, and that is going to help me a lot going forward, goddamn. And also, you know, the numbers are nice. Thanks for that, Idle Corp. I think if there is one takeaway I want, you as the viewer to get, it is that, like, it's not a sad thing. The only tears I shed are for Lani's sleep schedule. I know I clickbaited the fuck out of this, but you've got to understand, that's my personality. I'm not sorry because it will happen again. Oh god, at least I admit that I'm awful. You know, don't cry because it happened, smile because it's over. I mean, don't cry because it happened, smile because you cry. I mean, don't cry because it happened, cry because it's no, okay, no, I've got this. This is gonna be 50% like, well, I'm leaving the company amicably, I'm having a good time, everyone is smiling, and then 50% of this is just gonna be me milking this. I quit my job, I'm homeless, I'm broke, I'm destitute as shit. Please smash the like button. Please press the thumbs up. I think any more questions that I haven't really thought of that people are definitely gonna have, I'm gonna be doing a stream after this video goes out, and I'll probably answer them there because that's where people will ask them. Wow, that's how live stream work. Link in comments and description. Watch my other videos to boost my engagement! And I think just my last point here is, you know, support all the idol talents, whether they're staying or going. Honestly. It was nice being in the company with everyone while it lasted, and now that it is finished lasting, I'm like, okay, that was good. Made some friends, it sparkled in my heart, it did in fact spark joy, and whatever, you know, everyone who decided to stay decides to do, I will be looking with the eyes emoji. I will be going-
Yeah, I've seen enough. What are the other people that are leaving again? So the other ones are... Wait, did that girl make an announcement? Mika? Nope. What about Katarina? Oh, we need to talk, but I'm going to be okay. Oh, but it's scheduled for tomorrow. She is in Israel time, so yeah. Fair enough. We'll have to wait for tomorrow for her announcement. Fuyo Cloverfield. Let me look if she said anything. I'm leaving Idle. Let's talk about it.
I have acquired a lot of knowledge in my little brain. Okay? I was in Idle absorbing all of this information. I absorbed a lot of like industry secrets. I absorbed a lot of... I made a lot of friends too. So I got that experience, okay? Besides, I think I'm keeping the equipment that I got with Idle. So I believe I've got a good starting point. I have the resources personally. I personally have the resources to go to cons.
I have to go to the bathroom. You guys listen for me. Let me know if she says anything important.
My own concerts.
Chair stream react.
And more, because that's just who I be. If you guys watch me regularly, if you've been following the Fuyo Cloverfield, you know that I'm used to doing things on my own. This is not to downplay corpos. This is just the way I am. And I feel like, I've talked about this a bit before, I tend to do things a lot by myself. And, I'll be fine, guys. I'll be fine. If I feel like doing something, I know I'll put my mind into it. And if my reason to stay in Corpo would have been to do these particular projects, why would I when I can just do them myself? Let's see. Oh yeah, and also this is because I'm not just a streamer. I also do, art, and I've mentioned before game development, but like we don't talk about that here. We cannot talk about that here.
Hassan react.
I just Lucky Charms. Notice. I love telling stories. Okay, if you guys have watched for example, my Halloween streams, you guys know I like telling stories. And I would do it with or without an audience to listen. You guys would. So if you guys' worry is like my reach and like, oh, Fuyo, but without a corpo, are you gonna be okay on your own? Are you gonna be able to survive? Are you gonna be? I'll be fine.
She's a leprechaun.
Ever since I joined, I've made it clear that like revenue and numbers are not my priority. They've never been. They never will be. what I want to do is cool stuff, and that is my ultimate goal. Yes. So do not worry. I would keep doing things even if nobody was watching. Obviously, I am very, very grateful that you gave me the chance to get a bit more out there and get to know my amazing community, my Lucky Charms. And I will forever be grateful for that.
Okay.
Very, very grateful. So let's see.
So she doesn't care about having a corpo backing.
Things that I want to talk about.
I mean, I think if you're keeping everything the same, your IP, you can still collab with the girls, you still have the same image, the same channel, I don't see why that would cause a dip in viewership, right?
Next bullet point. As most of you guys know, I've been saying this a lot because I'm just convinced that I'm just talking to like the Lucky Charms, but I realize that there's probably some people here who've probably never watched me or don't even, aren't very much in on the Fuyo lore. But a little bit of Fuyo lore for you. I didn't apply. Okay, I didn't apply to Idol.
Oh.
I got scouted.
Oh.
And I want to say something. I do not see myself applying to join another corpo again. Probably.
Drop the T. Tell us
why.
why.
I don't really see myself in corpo settings again. This was my first and only experience. I do not regret it in any way. I wholeheartedly believe that it was worth the time and energy. Okay, I got to meet the girls. I got to meet you guys. I made a lot of connections. And it was a rocky road too, okay? Some of the things that went on.
I just discovered you and I love your videos. Gotta sleep because it's 3 a.m. for me. Have a good stream. Oh my god, thank you so much, Danielle. Have a good sleep.
Really, really hard. I am a very...
So all of Gen 1 got scouted?
And a lot of the things that happened during my stay really hurt.
Oh.
But other things were really happy too.
Okay.
There was a frick ton of things that made me smile. Probably a lot more than the things that made me cry.
Oh. What the hell was happening?
And most of it was honestly just related to you guys. And as of right now, I've made peace with a lot of the things that were weighing on me. I had some things weighing on me for the past bit. However, I've made peace with them. In a good way. Yes. I don't know if this interests to anybody, but you know what? Maybe I shouldn't talk about this here. You know what? That's a talk for the future.
No, tell us.
Main point being, I've made peace with some things that were bothering me. Oh, there's also the fact. Another thing.
I showed you guys the Rima video yesterday, and I'm wondering if the same thing that happened to her might have happened to other idols, where she claimed she didn't get paid from June to November, from November to June.
One of the biggest appeals of Corpo for me was having genmates. Okay?
That's everybody's biggest appeal.
And Isekai is freaking dead. We've all seen what the generation ended up like. I was told that it was just very unlucky, which is a bit ironic.
Oh.
Given that Fuyo is a leprechaun and...
She's saying that, her appeal was to be with those genmates, and as you guys seen, the genmate's gone now. Like, there's only 2 left, and they're both leaving.
Yeah. My gen died, let's go! Yeah, Isekai's completely leaving. And, it's a bit sad.
Tracking, hello?
It's a chapter.
What the fuck?
I will cherish the good times. And, I think I come out of this with a lot of new friends. I'll be keeping in contact with many of the idol girls, and I'm really happy that I've made such good friends. And they've all been there for me. I have talked to them all. Well, maybe not them all, but like most of them. And I'm just happy that I got to work with such hardworking, skilled, nice, sweet girls through my stay in Idol. Also, yeah. Where was I? Oh yeah, also ×2. I know I'm talking about this like, oh, Fuyo's not signing with Brave, she must hate them! She must hate Brave, right? There's no animosity, okay? There's no anger. I will be able to interact with everybody. I wish nothing but the best to anybody who is staying. This decision for me was very personal, okay? It didn't matter what the other girls' decisions were gonna be. This was always gonna be my decision. I told them of my decision before. And I've always been very honest with all of them. Or, well, my friends. I've been always very honest to them. And I'll be happy to keep in contact. There's...
Yeah, Yuko and Pochi were also part of her gen, and they left, so it was really just her and Rin. There's really no reason for her to stay. If her main drive was to be able to collab with people, and even Donkey Bird said that the main reason why people like Corpos is how easy it is to collab, like that's their main perk.
Why I'm choosing to leave.
And the platform it gives you, of course.
To not sign up with Brave. However, I feel like these were the most relevant, the most important. The ones that are more easy to digest to. And also the ones that I am allowed to disclose. So, my thoughts on Brave. They're sweating right now.
I mean, obviously she can't shit talk them if she wants to keep on collabing them.
They're preparing to sue me, cancel my IP ownership.
But Brave's cool.
If you want to know my thoughts on Brave, I'm honestly just very neutral, okay? They've been kind to me, okay? They haven't been angry, they haven't been, scary. Maybe a little bit scary, but I think that comes from being professional. But they've been nice to me. I even have some funny stories from, meetings. However, I think I shouldn't share those right now. Maybe in the future I will share those stories. Even though Brave and I, even though we would have loved to work together, sadly for me it would have to be under completely different circumstances. I would only accept under very different circumstances, not by giving my Fuyo IP away.
So it's a contract thing, an IP thing. They probably can't join other indie... Well, they probably can't join an agency. They wouldn't even make enough to survive if there's two people taking a shared revenue off your rev. There's not much left for you after YouTube takes his cut, after Apple takes his cut, after Brave takes their cut, and then fucking the other agency, whichever one you join. So yeah, I'd assume they'd stay indie for a year.
And I wish them the best of luck. Okay, I wish them the best of luck that a leprechaun can give, and I can only hope that they treat my friends very well.
Plus taxes,
they offer them all of the opportunities that they couldn't have at Idol. And
sounds like Brave wanted a bigger cut. We don't know that, but she said it was because of the IP, one of the reasons. So we know that for sure.
Please don't make them cry. You guys seem to have the resources to make all of these cool things happen. So please, please make my friends happy. And please make their dreams come true. So that is it for Brave. I think that's all I have to say on like the Brave situation. So now we're gonna start to get into for your future. What will happen of my channel? So first, before that, I want to say, you know, I know there's people who, you know, probably are gonna be like, oh, Fuyo's living Corpo life. I'm never gonna follow her again. So if that's the case, goodbye, farewell, get filtered or something. I had fun together while it lasted, or something. But if you stick around and follow my future endeavors, I will welcome you guys with open arms. Okay, I love you guys very, very much. I'm very proud of everything we've accomplished during our stay in Idle. You guys will always be my Lucky Charms. Always. In my heart, forever Lucky Charms. And even though parts of this situation make me sad, and I know it's gonna be a little bit sad, I promise, and this is a pinky promise, that I will be keeping on doing cool things with you all. Always. I like doing cool things. Cool things make me happy. So what about right now though? Okay, let's talk about the near future before we talk about the far future. Will I keep streaming as usual? Because I will technically not be graduating from Idle until November. Also, let me just explain something. Those who aren't aware.
XD.
So I'm not the only one taking my IP and running away.
It's when I look down, I lose tracking my face.
Rin, Kata, Juna.
When I put my hand in front of my mouth, makes my mouth open.
Meika, is that everybody?
Okay, I think we've seen enough, right? I think she answered all of her questions. We can go back to the variety stream. I do want to fit in a few more videos. The secret adult platform that's bigger than Steam. Realism is killing gaming. Who's the most degenerate influence? Oh my god, there's so many clickbaits. One, I don't know which one to pick. What is the secret adult platform? I'm curious. How long is that video?
This ordinary building in the heart of Montreal is home to a mysterious game studio that, out of nowhere, became the world's largest platform of adult games.
What?
From a struggling game studio, they outgrew Steam and player numbers shockingly fast. Too fast. Ironically...
Wait, you guys know this one? Nutaku? I thought you guys were memeing on Nuxtaku. It's actually Nutaku? Hey, yo?
Their games pop up on Steam, famous YouTubers promote them, and yet no one knows who they really are. Officially, they go by Nutaku, or the steamiest team that wants to revolutionize the games industry one hand at a time. So they say. But as a marketer myself, their instant success did raise my eyebrows. I asked for interviews, but was denied every single time. And so I kept digging to uncover their three-part strategy to success, why they're so secretive, and who's really pulling the strings behind these closed doors. Exploring the world of Nutaku wasn't just an eye-opener, it was an eye-popper. The things I saw, I wish I could unsee them. But hey, I learned a ton about their strategies that you really want to stick around for, because before their rapid growth,
okay, if I'm gonna play a game that's like not safe for work anime, I need the graphics to be good. Like I need the designs to be good. This is some low quality anime.
We're just another little small struggling game studio trying to survive in an industry where less than 1% of games find success. You know what I'm talking about. And so, as Super Hippo Studios, they released a couple of titles which didn't really click with players. One of their tower defense games managed to be on the App Store's front page, but it lost against Plants vs. Zombies 2, which launched just the same week. It's tough for any new game studio to stand out these days, and many give up, and they too were about to throw in the towel. But then, out of the blue, they decided to shift to an industry.
Bro, they don't put curtains in those kind of windows, you fool. They want to keep everybody awake, you know? Not allowed to sleep while you're working. That's why they don't put curtains. You need to be blinded by the light at all time.
That's not any less challenging, but definitely less crowded.
Isn't that
Adult
made by
games,
AI?
Lucrative, untapped potential, and in dire need of quality gameplay. And so Super Hippo Studios were branded as Nutaku to capitalize on this untapped market. A no-brainer, as we all know, sells.
How do they know anime fans are horny?
In fact,
yeah, sleep deprivation, torture, exactly.
Games have been around since the 70s with the likes of Leisure Suit Larry and soft porn adventures on DOS. But then Nintendo in the 90s made gaming all about kids. Pfft, how could they? And so sex and violence in games sparked overreactions, and the ratings board was introduced. With the Kiss of Death label, adults only. Any game with this label just sells less copies. And just like that, Western adult games went quiet. Now game makers try to sneak in love.
I'd filter my game search by 18 plus only.
By tiptoeing around that label. Alien romance options, CJ in a secret minigame, skippable scenes in The Witcher, and Cyberpunk. No idea how they managed to dodge the adults only label with a mere 17 plus rating. Nutaku, however, has a leg up. No tiptoeing required. With over 500 games, both free-to-play and paid, they even attracted a fast-growing female audience that proudly brags about their pet interruptions. That's not your everyday game stat.
Wait, what? Wait,
but
what?
hey,
What?
they're so profitable now, they even help struggling game developers who didn't make it in the traditional games market. They take their games that didn't make it on Steam and adultify them. That's a huge part of their core business. Crush, for instance, developed by Sad Panda, didn't really take off on Steam. So Nutaku funded some, let's say, enhancements, and the game is now a hit on Nutaku. Their company model clearly states that they don't gamify porn, but adultify.
Do you know about the Rant series? No, I don't. Female gooners.
By great games. A trend that's been taken off on Steam too, judging by these charts.
Wow.
And so it seems that Nutaku's company mission is working, democratizing adult games one hand at a time. But that's not easy when there's a big stigma around adult games. They're considered cheap, low-quality porn with bad to no gameplay. Even Mr. Nintendo chimed in with a pointed critique about their bad game design.
Oh, you're one to talk.
And when Fall Guys ran a campaign inviting brands to create costumes through bidding, Nutaku offered $100,000 for the design. But Fall Guys' response, you are yeeted, not safe for work. So breaking the stigma is tough, even if there's huge demand for it. Among the top searches on Pornhub, game characters rule. Fortnite, Overwatch, Minecraft.
Hey, it could be argued that Overwatch is a porn game because it's got the most, you know, Rule 34 porn.
Chun-Li, Tifa, and Sonic the Hedgehog. In any case, you see, there's a gap between public perception and private consumption. A gap that Nutaku really wanted to bridge. But how do you bridge this gap if you're just a struggling game studio in dire need to survive?
Not Sonic Bros!
In order to survive, you've got to figure out what your audience wants but isn't getting. In Nutaku's case, that was the anime fans, big lovers of Japanese culture and gaming, but overlooked in the West. And what's the common denominator of anime porn in Japan?
Hentai!
Exactly. Hentai.
Yay!
Visual novels with explicit content, a style of Japanese erotic art that's centuries old and usually featured octopus tentacles to work around censorship. And still today, hentai is the most searched for term on, you know, hubs. A clear goldmine for Nutaku.
Have you guys watched that Korean movie? It's called The Handmaid Tale. Or The Handmaiden Tale or something like that. Or The Handmaiden, I can't remember. I think they showed that picture with the tentacles. It's really good. We were talking about like great writing. That was fucking great writing. I got it right? Oh my god. Haven't heard? Oh, it's really good. It's made by the same guy who made Parasite.
But rather than starting from scratch, they just turned to the east and teamed up with a big Japanese game developer who got it all figured out, DMM. Nutaku said, hey DMM, let me take your games and we localize them for the Western market. That's a smart move.
Oh, localize Trigger word. We only need a few more keywords and we might activate the Winter Soldier.
Sell it in the West. You'd think that's it, cash cow found. But with that, they faced a huge challenge, because hentai has a really bad reputation in the West. Underage themes, misogyny, acts of violence, and many other things.
Misogyny,
said,
violence,
we'll stick to the genre, but we'll put gameplay first and erotic second, and offer all sorts of genres for every sort of orientation. And that's why their website has everything to offer, from visual novels, puzzle and card games, to strategy, RPG, and even FPS. Games with rich storytelling.
What the fuck?
As you progress, you unlock more and more skin. Or...
don't let Bao see this.
You can also jump right into the fun part and check out gay, trans, or whatever that is.
What the fuck is that?
No one's left behind. A smart strategic move.
True.
Inclusivity and good gameplay. Such good gameplay, even PewDiePie became a very special CEO.
Go to the map and visit one of the games. Oof. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'll definitely buy it.
Yeah, that's a whole nother level of corporate performance reviews, don't you think? In any case, just like that, Nutaku was able to double their female audience and drew in 1 million players in their first year alone.
Why the
Survival
female
phase
audience?
Nailed.
Female
But
gooners.
something was off. In just a year, they secured $1 million investments and appeared in top publications. That's only possible if you have a really strong PR team and deep pockets. Otherwise, for Nutaku, this next strategic stage wouldn't have been as wild as it got.
Did they have a lot of investors?
So, what's the first thing you do when you've got cash and you want to grow? And you have a good PR team?
Remember, which game do you want to play? I'm looking at the dinosaur one. I'm joking.
You launch viral campaigns. And what better place to start than in men's and women's bathrooms? Yep, that's what happened. Sponsored ads in toilet rooms at an...
Hold up. People still use public bathrooms in 2024? Hell no. I'm holding it in until I get home.
Industry event to recruit game developers. One for men and one for women. That's some pretty aggressive on-site marketing for a small studio that just got started. Anyways, the marketing continued with a New York art exhibition titled Hentai is Art, all to build the brand and get Western consumers
Oh my god,
a bit more comfortable.
That painting is so cool.
Hentai is Art, all to build the...
That, I would, you know, I've always dreamt of having like a Roman style mansion. There's like a pool in the middle. There's 2 pillars, and I'd have that as a centerpiece and huge on my wall. Yes.
The brand and get Western consumers a bit more comfortable with the concept.
Yeah, Mito's new member.
To get them even more comfortable, Nutaku came up with yet another expensive but clever campaign. Now I, Nutaku.
It's got more naked bodies than I've ever seen.
I doubt that. With over 500 games, Nutaku has the largest, hottest selection. You can play for free and even sort them depending on what you're into. Do you, Nutaku,
I don't know Taku, but I'm sure this lady does.
I love incest. I think that as long as you
What?
don't have babies, incest should be legal.
Or this one.
Whoa.
Both Pornhub ambassadors. Nutaku managed to feature porn celebrities in their games. One in Fab CEO and another one in Booty Calls. But if that's not enough to pull in millions of players, why not try Nutaku's hentai hot sauce, an aphrodisiac for gamers to get them all fired up? And boy, did the community get all fired.
Really? Yeah,
But hey, if that's not enough...
That's the kind of sauce you just buy and you put it on your shelf because you buy it for like the packaging, you don't buy it for the taste.
Why not launch a Nutaku-themed adult gamer chair with all the bells and whistles so you can get the full experience out of it?
It's missing an appendage.
Games. Okay, I have to admit that was just a marketing gimmick by Nutaku, but their real, actual gamer chair did sell out in less than 48 hours. Just like their Boop console. It's Windows-based, silicon-covered, and comes preloaded with 200 free-to-play premium game titles. But if that's not enough, why not enter a prize pool of $10,000 for the best video that shows people playing Nutaku games while actually playing with themselves? Yes, that's Nutaku's prime example of a marketing campaign. But it doesn't stop there. Marketing has no limits, you must know. And so why not launch Nutaku's first ever Lewd Gaming Championship with a prize pool of $25,000?
What kind of gaming?
Again, all this costs. And there's no public information out there on who's funding Nutaku. But I've got you covered. Stick around, because it does get stickier, especially on their Discord channel.
I feel like they're kind of narrowing it down, only focusing on prawn stars and the prawn industry. I mean, sure, they're good ambassadors, but normal people consume hentai too, you know? Like everyday people like us, degenerates. We're not, you know, we're not 24/7 on Pornhub. We're not working in that industry. Like, they should have just regular people doing marketing for them too, no? Playing with themselves is the best single player game. So you admit to consuming hentai? Well, yeah, of course. I don't keep it a secret.
That's the
I'd
glue
be an
that holds
ambassador,
the
hell
entire
yeah.
marketing strategy together. I mean, Discord for game companies is standard, but their channel, it's not just active. It's on another level of active. In any case, with good gameplay, developers by your side, a crazy marketing strategy, expensive ad campaigns, and an active Discord community, you've not only grown, but generated a powerhouse of Western hentai gaming. Growth stage? Nailed. And now, Nutaku is raking in cash, featured in major publications, and their investment funds grow every single year. What's missing? Cutting-edge technology, that's what. In 2018, Nutaku added cryptocurrency as a payment option, as there was growing demand for privacy in digital transactions.
Okay, as a payment option, sure, if you want to use your... Okay, I don't know anything about cryptocurrency. If you want to use your Bitcoin to pay for shit, sure. But I thought they were gonna say they added NFTs in it or some crypto thing. I was like, no.
Actions, particularly in the porn industry. But again, for a growing company implementing this payment infrastructure this quickly suggests some powerful help behind the scenes. I mean, Nutaku seemed to have a knack for marketing, PR, and monetization right from the get-go. And so the question remains, who's really powering Nutaku's meteoric rise? The truth is, there's a much darker force behind the scenes. And so let me tell you that behind these closed doors isn't just Nutaku pulling the strings.
Of course French Canada would be behind it. I told you, us French people aren't really shocked by anything.
But one of the biggest titans of the porn industry,
You guys didn't believe me.
MindGeek, the shadowy corporation that owns pretty much every adult site out there. From YouPorn, Pornhub, Brazzers, Mofos, you name it. They own Nutaku, too. You might have heard of MindGeek before, but not in a good way. The Netflix documentary Money Shot uncovered MindGeek's complicity in allowing all sorts of illegal content, from rape videos to child pornography and sex trafficking. It was a massive scandal that even led to angry mobs burning down the $19 million mansion of Pornhub CEO Faraz Antoon. After this, he stepped down as Pornhub CEO, but didn't
I mean, he was probably insured. Hey, yo! Thank you, Lastenza. Talking about big things. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Thank you. Enjoy it, everybody. That is crazy that they did all that. I didn't know about that. That explains why they're collaborating so closely with. That makes it less based. That makes it a lot less based. I thought they were genuinely like a game company that wanted to make their that wanted to carve their own space with, you know, they were maybe a little enthusiastic about hentai. I thought that was cool. I thought that was cultured. And now it's basically just the company that owns Pornhub that wants to get another piece of the market, you know?
Disappear into the dark. No.
Yeah, the video
Instead,
got real
he
dark
became
real fast.
MindGeek's CEO. And guess what? This CEO has a brother, who's none other but president of Nutaku himself, Mark Antoon. Yes, it's a real family affair over there at MindGeek. So while Nutaku was busy marketing itself as this...
The Monster Lord dropping another 50? Hello? Holy shit! Thank you so much, Monster Lord. Holy shit! You're a monster. Thanks, Denza. Thank you, Monster Lord. Thank you so much.
Fun, innocent gaming site that wants to revolutionize the games industry one hand at a time. Behind the scenes, it was all part of MindGeek's desperate attempt to rebrand and diversify in the wake of their public shaming. All those aggressive marketing campaigns, top-tier PR, cutting-edge payment options,
that's disappointing.
Millions in investment funds, all these are MindGeek's influence at work. Their in-house company, Traffic Junkie, which is, by the way, in the same building, helped Nutaku to blast their ads all over the internet and reach millions of players. You see, Nutaku's Cinderella success...
Yeah, that just removed a little bit of the magic for me. Also, Visa and MasterCard have a warrant on CornPays. Oh yeah, they're not letting people use their payment methods, yeah.
That story was no fluke. It was orchestrated, a strategic move to polish MindGeek's image, a classic case of corporate rebranding. But that's only half the story. It gets way darker, because MindGeek, you know, loves data. Every time MindGeek hires a new person, they tell them...
No! They're trying to encrypt us. I hate that everything's about data nowadays, and everybody's just scrapping our data, we're selling our data, and in a few years they're gonna make AIs of us, and like we will inadvertently have signed those rights away by clicking a user agreement, like the trained monkeys that we are.
That they'll take big data to the next level. Data is, after all...
I feel like we're in Westworld. You know, you go into Westworld, you put on the cowboy hat, and they just get all of your data. They know everything you do. What? God damn it, I was so focused on this stream that I typed out hentai in my workplace group chat by mistake. No, 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 can you delete it? Quickly retract it.
Far better than cash in the bank for any digital company. And what better way to collect that data than through a gaming platform like Nutaku?
Would do.
Their games are designed to collect user behavior. Any puzzle, clicker, or strategy game has an inbuilt decision-making game.
No. They're gonna know about all our sexual preferences. So helpful. They're like, women secretly like hentai tentacles and reptile prawn. I'm joking, by the way. That's not actually a thing.
Gameplay that tells them more about you than you know about yourself. What was shocking to me was that Nutaku's privacy policy outright reserves the right to collect information on pretty much everything you do on their site. From customization of content to advertising and analytics, Nutaku can send your data to anyone without restrictions.
No.
After all, MindGeek is just a web development company. Porn is merely a strategy for collecting user data. And so I wasn't surprised to learn that MindGeek is actually rebranding itself now to ILO, a rebrand that comes in response to the need for a fresh start. And so Nutaku may be the Cinderella success story in adult gaming, but MindGeek is pulling the strings behind the scenes. That's often how it goes in the world of business. The most impressive success stories are rarely as simple as they seem on the surface. Interestingly enough, on their LinkedIn page, Nutaku never explicitly reveals what they do or provide. I guess it's not exactly something you want to broadcast to the professional world, you know? And maybe that's the real lesson here. In the dog-eat-dog world of digital business, sometimes it's not just about having the best product or the flashiest marketing campaign. No, sometimes it's really just about who you know. Happy ending.
Wow. Well, the only people that are gonna get the happy ending is the one playing those games. As a data analysis by trade, people overestimate what most companies want with their data. They just wanted to target you with ads or sell to shady advertiser. Not much better, but still, for now. But wait, in 50 years, see what's gonna happen. They're gonna make a... That was a really good video. That was a great investigation. It was only 15 minutes long, but I felt like there was so much information in this. Who is this woman?
AAA Gaming.
AAA Gaming. AAA Gaming.
Damn. That was the one thing that really popped off, this and this, and the other ones not so much. I'm gonna give it a sub. It's pretty good. Pretty new channel. The question is, are these acquisitions true with public sources that everyone can look at? Also, every company collects your data, just saying. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Everybody does. Probably, but you know, people don't really care because they want to have access to the product. But it's just, I mean, they're kind of making double money out of you. They're getting, you're the product. You're the product in more ways than once. We thought at first you think you're the product because you're purchasing their game, or you're buying into their monetization, their microtransactions. Then you realize you're also the product in the second way, where they also collect your data. And the problem is, a lot of these data collection things is like not even, there's not even an option to opt out anymore. It's like you do it or you don't. We'd have to see if there's an opt out. She likes Giguk? How do you know? Nothing is free on the internet. That is true.
So I've seen this tweet going around from user PainkillerQ8, asking the question, which one of these 4 games looks the best? Then I saw a reply from Night Sky saying, respectfully, this is why AAA gaming is imploding on itself. And you know what? He's right.
True.
Also, to answer the question, Horizon Forbidden West. These past few weeks I've come out with videos talking about Nintendo and their place in the gaming industry today, and why they're generally doing better than PlayStation and Xbox currently. The Switch is the best-selling console this generation and the 3rd best-selling console of all time, despite being not nearly as powerful as the PS5 and Series X, and this also tied back to a 20-year-old interview with the former president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata.
I didn't know you watched Gamesplain. These are viewer-submitted videos. You guys can also submit things in my Discord channel. We might make a Reddit thread to make it easier. Well, that's also something that I've often criticized about games. I'm not really, maybe this is kind of a personal like opinion, but I'm not into the whole realism thing. I mean, I like anime, first of all. That's not obvious enough. I don't like realist aesthetic. I like when it's inspirational.
In which he talked about how game development just gets harder when you're dealing with more powerful
make sure you pay your Rima
machines,
tax.
which really aged well, because as we can see now with the PS5 and Series X, there's a lot wrong here. Things aren't great. Starting with the PlayStation 5, it's honestly doing well sales-wise, but still half of the PS4 user base has not upgraded to the PlayStation 5, and that can largely be attributed.
Who the fuck plays console anymore? It's like a piece of retro thing that you whip out when your like niece and cousins come over. No one. Do people still play consoles? That's a normie thing. Sorry.
Exclusives. Most of the major PlayStation franchises like Horizon and God of War also released on the PlayStation 4, so there was even less of a reason to upgrade to PlayStation 5 unless you really care about better graphics. And even then, the rate that these exclusives are coming out is not nearly as fast as it used to be in previous generations. Sony even confirmed that there won't be a major PlayStation franchise released in this fiscal year, which just goes to show that they need to put more respect on Astro Bot's name. And Xbox is also facing very similar issues, but also worse ones when they just shut down a few of their studios that they bought only a few years back. I'm still salty about Tango Gameworks because they had just come out with the highly successful Hi-Fi Rush, and that's also the antithesis of the games that we're going to be talking about today. The games that just chase realism to the point where they take so long to make and they are ungodly expensive. Just thinking about this also makes me look back at previous generations and how, quite frankly, we were spoiled. For example, let's look at Naughty Dog's output on the PlayStation 3. We got Uncharted, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, even The Last of Us. 4 games on one console. And then there's Xbox 360 with Gears of War 1, 2, 3, and Judgment. 4 games in one series on one console. Meanwhile, on PlayStation 4, their output, barring any remasters, was Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us Part 2. And with Xbox, it was Gears 4 and Gears 5. Even still, I'd consider that game output a miracle on this console generation. Now I feel like we're lucky if we even get one game per franchise per generation. Game development has just taken so long these days, and that has to do with a number of factors, but I think a major reason for this problem is the chasing of graphical fidelity. If you don't believe me, just listen to Xbox Studios chief Matt Booty. He said last year that both game players and the industry in general need to realize that most big games now have development cycles that take 4 to 6 years. He specifically cited higher expectations for being one of those reasons, as well as the level of fidelity that they're able to deliver. And to that, I just have to play this clip from the illustrious Dr. Ian Malcolm.
Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should.
And that's a great point. Just because you can deliver the most realistic graphics possible or whatever, doesn't mean you actually should. I feel like at this point, there has to be compromises made. I used to think that more—
13 years for GTA 6? Come on. Yeah, it's not because it can be realistic, but it needs to be highly stylized for it to be interesting.
more powerful consoles helped make game development easier, not the other way around. Even God of War director Cory Barlog said that with more powerful machines comes more work for them. And that just makes me wonder, why do we even create new consoles if the work of game developers just gets harder and harder? And now we're apparently in the latter half of these consoles' life cycles. I feel like they just started. Xbox already said they're working hard on their next console, and I'm just like, stop. Just stop. I don't know.
But how are they gonna make new money? How are they gonna generate more hype if they don't put out a new product?
Why they keep giving these developers more and more power to work with when it's clearly making their jobs harder. Also, we can see 20 more pieces of stubble on some man's face. It all comes down to diminishing returns. We're getting to a point where graphical leaps just aren't impressive anymore. It was very impressive.
I don't like the skin texture, like the weird skin textures. There's also that in Crusader Kings, and it just looks like they have like a rash on their skin and stuff. Like, skins don't look like that. Stop it. Stop with the texture.
Back in the days of 2D.
Like, every woman, like, people literally strive to have a filter looking skin, and games do the exact opposite of what's trendy in like aesthetics and makeup and all of that. They do the exact opposite. Like, literally women try to have poreless skins, which is not possible. It's not physically possible. That's what people strive to do. And yet game developers do the exact opposite. I don't get it.
To 3D, and the first 3 generations of 3D gaming consoles had impressive leaps between as well, but once we started getting to the PS4 and Xbox One era, that's where things started to be less astonishing. Despite all the work put into these new generation games, they honestly barely look better than the last generation.
Yeah,
there are some exceptions, like with Hellblade 2, which is just a gorgeous game that I couldn't see running on a previous gen console, but it came out 7 years after the first game. So if it takes that long to make games as beautiful but simplistic as this, then I don't want them anymore. Take them back. And you might want to tell me that long game development times is just a reality we have to face and we should be grateful that we even have games anyway. Let me tell you why long game development times are a problem. When you spend close to 10 years on one game, that's 10 years your company is not making a whole lot of money. Instead, you're spending it all on just one project. I think a lot about Rocksteady and how long it took them to make Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and that's not working out so well for them.
9 years.
And when games take upwards of a decade to make and cost over hundreds of millions of dollars to create, do you really think publishers want to take creative risks from that? No, they're gonna play things safe. You're gonna see a lot of the same types of games for years to come because of the state of AAA game development. Studios don't want to spend millions of dollars in at least 5 years on something that's not a guaranteed hit. Which, thank God for the indie scene, there's a lot of great indie games that you should support. I just played Animal Well, it's fantastic. But back to my original point, AAA gaming is in dire straits because of their focus on graphical fidelity. Now, that isn't to say these aren't great games on their own. A lot of them play really well. I liked God of War Ragnarok a lot because it just played so well. But if games like this played the exact same way and didn't look as good, I don't think many people would notice in this day and age. Like, I don't think they can look bad per se, but you can make a game look good enough and most people really won't care. This is where art direction comes in, and that is like 100% stronger than mere graphics.
Zelda looks... I love that. You know, the art direction. Yeah, he's right about the art direction, and I feel like the sceneries are maybe more important than getting the characters to look really realistic and really detailed.
Fidelity. I don't care if I can't see all the strands of hair. I don't care if I see all the pores in someone's face. I don't care if you hit that subscribe button and notification bell. Except I do. Please hit those buttons.
I like
if
that
the game
transition.
has great art direction, that's really all that matters. And you know what? I used to be on team graphical fidelity. I hated it when people criticized realistic games because I think that it's still a valid art style, and I still somewhat agree to that. I think it's okay to get realistic games every once in a while. I just don't think every studio needs to chase the realism of a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. And like I've said in previous videos, Nintendo has figured this out. Their games don't always look that realistic, but they still look great thanks to strong art direction. And they come out with a lot more exclusive games than the competition, that's for sure, because they don't spend nearly as much time on the graphical fidelity as they do the overall gameplay. Then there was Tears of the Kingdom that took like 6 years to make because the systems in that game, whew, talk about complex. But you know the non-Nintendo company that was so close to getting this philosophy? Xbox with Hi-Fi Rush. For years, Xbox has been criticized for their lack of quality exclusives. A lot of their games were getting decent reviews, but there was nothing that really shattered the earth. And then one day they just shadow dropped this rhythm-based combat game that wound up winning the hearts of gamers and critics alike, getting nominated for and winning multiple awards, and it looks like this. Not an ounce of realism in this game. Not an ounce. It is purely a 3D cartoon. Xbox was pleased with this game's performance, and how do they reward the developers at Tango Gameworks? By shutting them down.
Oh, I knew he was going to say that.
Insanity, and I just cannot wrap my head around why they would shut down Tango Gameworks after creating one of their biggest hits in almost a decade. But I guess they gotta make back the money of that Activision Blizzard acquisition somehow. But Hi-Fi Rush is a perfect example of what I think game studios need to understand. They're focused on the wrong thing here. Not to say they completely disregard gameplay, because like I said, some of these realistic games are quite fun still, but the thing is, a game with strong art direction and strong gameplay will always stand out more than something with uber realistic graphics. It goes back to Hellblade 2. That game, visual stunner. Loved looking at it the whole time I played. But man, those gameplay elements made it kind of forgettable. Now, I'm sure graphical fidelity is not the only reason why these games take so long and are so expensive to make. Sometimes the management of these game development teams are poor, so as a result they just take longer to make. But then there's also those gigantic open worlds filled with way too much stuff to do, to the point where someone like me is not going to finish it because they have far too many other responsibilities to take care of. I feel like once developers and publishers realize that they don't have to chase these insane graphics in order to make good games, then we'll start to see shorter development times, lower development budgets, and overall world peace. I'll tell you what, man, that's part of the reason why I'm picking up Astrobot day one. It's because that game doesn't really focus too much on graphics, but the overall gameplay experience.
That is cute.
And if we got more games like that in the AAA gaming space, then I will be a very
think about all the games we played as kids. Mario, Sonic, there was that other thing, Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot, and all of these things. They were not realistic humans, but they were hella fun. Donkey Kong, all of that, Pokemon. I'll watch that Dogpack video in a sec. I'm actually really interested in this. I've been following this story very closely.
Be camper. But that's all I got for you on this topic today. In the meantime, support the games you want to see more of. Buy shorter games.
I'm gonna subscribe to him. He makes good videos. Alright, Dogpack. Let's see. Oh, somebody's already reacting to it. I work for MrBeast. He's a sociopath. Dropped an hour ago. It's already got 29k views. What's the definition of a sociopath? No, no cookies. Sociopath is an outdated, informal term for someone who has antisocial personality disorder. Causes you to lack empathy, which means you don't care about or understand others people's feeling. You might not feel remorse for bad things you do. You might often take advantage of others for your own personal gain.
I'm hungry.
Good night, Cibrian. Are you making fun of how I said Bandicoot? Isn't that how you say it? Alright, let's look at this. Is this quality? Yeah, it is.
I'm hungry. All right, jokes for food. I wish a philanthropist YouTuber would just give me 10K and not film it. Hey, what the hell happened to you? MrBeast, that's what happened to me.
What we do here is go back.
I was gonna be somebody. I was gonna be the Carl stood my job. Carl stood my job. This is worse than the dumpster diving video that made me do. Oh, no. And then, no.
Okay, Content Cop from Temu back at it again. So just before I get into my interrogation with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle, a lot has happened since my last video. After posting, I got hundreds of messages from former MrBeast employees, and I had them all send proof of former employment. You know, just people showing their support or telling their stories of fake videos.
I want to read these.
After posting, I got hundreds of messages from former MrBeast employees, and I had them all send proof of former employment. You know, just people.
Just watch your video, and I don't know if people are accusing you of not working at Beast, but bro, I feel like your experiences with higher-ups are the same as mine. The way you mentioned specifically pitching ideas for the Feastables bar is 100% how it was creating pitches as a writer. Whole brand is shady company as well.
Or telling their stories.
This was some producer. Unfortunately, I can't speak too much on that, but I believe someone else who reached out to you has more info on it. Big thing I can talk about is just how much other stakeholders had their time and energy wasted. I was asked to get doctors and orgs fired up about working with us, only to pull the rug on them after agreeing to arrangement. It was quite uncomfortable for me. Big reason why I left, but not the biggest. There was just so much malevolence and hostility within the team. They were way too slow to act, one pretty awful team lead in particular.
Of you know, fake videos or unsafe practices, you know, toxic workplace, stuff like that. I'm not really going to get into those claims because, for one, like, most people want to stay anonymous, which I understand. And also, like, I think most of that stuff's just been covered with you know, the news coming out about Beast Games and everything. And also I have like more serious allegations that I want to start covering. Also, I heard from a very credible source that MrBeast has been sitting on a response to part 1 because he was worried if he posted it, I would instantly respond with part 2, you know, like this is Kids Bop, Kendrick Lamar vs. Drake. Also, I know MrBeast's secret CEO has been practically like harassing my people on, you know, hey, what's in part 2? What does he know? So I will just tell you, James, what will be in part 3, so you don't have to harass my people. It will be about serious allegations of sexual misconduct.
This guy has a whole team or what? I don't know if I believe everything he's saying, but let's keep watching.
In the company and your direct involvement in covering up those crimes. And I'll make sure to give you full credit and plaster your face all over the screen when we talk about that. So yeah, I've gotten dozens of messages from former MrBeast employees of very serious
family and
allegations.
stuff, yeah, that might be.
So I just want to put a call to action at the start of this video that, you know, if you have a story, you can DM me. Just make sure you send proof of employment first, because I get a lot of DMs. And like, as much as I meme and joke around, like, I take anonymity very seriously. So without explicit permission, I don't go public with anything. And obviously, if it goes to court, I would hope they would censor your information from the court documents. I don't know. Oh, and former contestants too. That's another thing I heard after posting my last video is during the 100 Boys versus Girls video, I have people corroborating the same story that the camera guy who gave the girls a drone was making some girls feel uncomfortable. You trap these girls in a circle and make them sleep on rough turf and get them high on paint fumes, and then you try to f them.
What?
Okay, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Anyway, so that will be part 3. So, you know, MrBeast, do with that information what you will. I know Chucky didn't want to respond to those allegations. So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle, I chose to interview him because I thought he was perfect because he was both on camera and behind the scenes in 2019 and 2020. And also, what people don't know is that he came back in 2021 to be the sole contestant of a MrBeast video, which never got uploaded because it went very badly. He also knows about another portable document format who was working at MrBeast while actually on the registry. And I'll get more into that story at the end of the video. So I got his DM, drove straight to New York overnight, did not sleep, just drank a bunch of caffeine. And I also only had one microphone in the interview, which he's wearing. So it's mostly just him talking. Also, like, final thing, people said my last video started slow. This video also starts slow. You know, it builds up over time. But I'll do the retention thing and say, the ending will blow your mind. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Jake Weddle, everybody.
I'm Jake Weddle. Most people who, if you know me from MrBeast, I'm a deep cut. I'm in a few of the videos, sometimes maybe purposefully kept to the shadows a little bit. I'm in the cutting room floor a lot of the time. But I've been in some videos. I've worked on a lot of them. I was there from 2019 to 2020, 2021-ish when I came back and did some more. I was there when they were authentic, and then I saw the transition to what I feel like is a company. He's like a TV show now.
So he's allowed to say all that? He doesn't have an NDA?
He went from YouTuber guy with a camera to Amazon. The culture around there was very unspoken, but there was a vibe. There was half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half. And these people got random bonuses and were usually moved up, had more screen time. And then there was people who, if you had a disagreement or butt heads with Jimmy or just you didn't like it, you know, you were in the other half. And I consistently was in the half that Jimmy did. Jimmy doesn't like me. That's fine. I don't like him either. It's okay. That's so good to say. I don't like Jimmy. I hate you so much. He didn't want anyone to get more popular or have more of a way out necessarily. Like, oh, I'm doing my Twitch thing on the side. Don't do that because you could get famous and leave and talk about me negatively. And I could tell that the yes men were, you know, doing well, and I was, disgruntled for quite some time. So I've talked to reporters, right, like publicly, and I've always had to choose my words very, very carefully because I don't want to say anything I don't stand behind.
Sorry, there's another breaking news from Nijisanji. Has it been posted in my Discord? Hex is graduating, really? Guys, we keep interrupting my videos with breaking news. I was actually really into this video. Oh yeah, he is. Wow. He's going live in 20 minutes. All right. We'll need the editor to... Holy shit. My poor editor. You're gonna have to make a segment out of this. So Hex Haywire, breaking news, is graduating. If you guys can clip this, that would be helpful, actually. So Hex Haywire from Nijisanji is graduating. There's been recently a lot of drama in his community that I've covered on my second channel. Mainly, one of his fans faked their death. There's been a lot of drama in between sicklings. Now, that's not necessarily his fault. That's just, he has a really wide community. I wouldn't attribute 100% of the blame. I have no idea if this has... It probably is not the reason why he's graduating. There's probably was more. This was probably planned in advance. He's going in 20 minutes live to talk about it, so this was posted 4 minutes ago. So we're probably going to finish our video and then circle back to this. But wait, let me just... Mandatory, holy shit. Mandatory, holy shit. Thank you for your continued support of Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. We hereby announce that the Nijisanji EN liver Hex Haywire will graduate from Nijisanji EN on August 23, 2024. As a member of XLA, Hex Haywire debuted on December 2022 and charmed fans with his soothing voice and never-fading humor. We cannot thank Hex Haywire enough for his contribution as a Nijisanji EN liver and sincerely wish him the best on his next journey. To our fans and everyone involved, we understand how difficult it is to accept the Hex graduation. Wow, the sicklings are not going to take this well. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your support of Hex and Nijisanji EN. After August 23rd, 2024, GST Hex Haywire receives all live activities. Graduation date, social media accounts public until after Hex Haywire graduation stream. So is that going to be privated? Membership and exclusive contents available until after Hex Haywire graduation stream. And later, so it's going to be privated. Same with the membership content. So that means he requested that. The Nijisanji EN VTuber group XLA will continue to pursue their activities with Vermilion, Meloko Kyoran, Tokyo Drop Scythe, and Kotoka Torahime. And, well, Meloko hasn't been active for a while. I don't know what's going on with them. Sorry, not Meloko. Kotoka. Kotoka, sorry, not Meloko. We kindly ask for your continued support. Yada, yada, yada. Of all members, I was expecting this to happen at some point. Too much drama surrounding him. Good luck. I'm reading comment. I hate the way it's formatted sometimes. I did not expect that. I suppose we did expect some Nijisanji graduation. What worries me a little bit is the retaliation of the fan base against people who criticize the company. They're gonna blame it on them. That in 2 days, we've had the Minato Aqua graduation, some idol VTubers that are going indie and keeping their IP. And then we also have Hex Haywire graduating, which is a huge, huge part of Nijisanji EN. Like, that dude has 400,000 followers on Twitter. And he has 300k subscribers on his YouTube channel. You know? And he's walking away from all of that. So this is a developing story. This is breaking news. So of course we're gonna know more. This is my very first, you know, raw reaction. We'll keep an eye out on the stream. I probably will watch this. The hiatus was a sign of Hex going to exit. Yeah, I mean, a lot of livers take hiatus. For some reason that didn't ring any bells for me. I just thought, because there's been a lot of drama with Nijisanji and a lot of people are harassing them, you know. So I understand that some livers want to take a step back. But some of them have been in hiatus for a really long time and have not announced a graduation. So really, who knows? But this week in Vtubing is crazy. It's crazy. I don't know if Vox will leave. And now, let the rats begin. Oh, and the first rat just dropped. V Shoujo? Question mark. Niji member seen interacting with V Shoujo member on August 6th, just yesterday? Accelerate! Big if true. Big if true. Was he friends with, like, was he close to Mista and Michi and Nina? I know Nina kept to herself a little more. Okay. We'll watch his stream when it comes out. We might get more information. All right, guys. Let's go back to the dog bag video. We're not gonna have time to finish it, unfortunately.
Obviously, so I used to talk to people. I used to glaze Jimmy publicly for things I do genuinely think are true. But then it's like, well, how come you didn't talk about the work you did? Well, I wanted a career. I didn't want to, you know, speak ill of YouTube's golden boy, and then I'm blacklisted forever. I tell people I was talking to you, and they go, "Don't, what are you doing? You're gonna kill your career." It's like I have to, or I'll be sad. If this is the moment, we're gonna talk about it. So, as far as that, that's my covering up of why we didn't.
Killing your career? I don't think if you speak up against MrBeast right now, you're killing your career. If you spoke out against MrBeast when he was unpopular, sure, but now everybody's taking turns dunking on MrBeast. So, press X to doubt on this claim. I'm a pessimistic, what can I say? Right now it is the trendy thing to talk shit or negatively about your experience in MrBeast. Everybody that does that is gonna get a lot of support.
Talk about XYZ sooner, but now you know.
What would you say is the fakest video that you worked on while you were there?
Fakest video that I worked on while I was there. This is the extent of the fakeness that I was involved to. This is like admitting to my complicity. I was a writer there, and we were working on a video crushing my friend's car with a rock or meteor or something. It was a rock or a meteor in the title of it. I can't remember, but
he's been talking about it for a while. Okay.
Unbeknownst to the person, he takes a rock, crushes their car, and they're supposed to think a rock came out of space.
We're gonna take a meteor and we're gonna put it on Weddle's car. We're gonna take another meteor and put it on Marcus's car. Both of them have no idea that we're doing this. Weddle and Marcus are probably shocked. They had no idea.
And so that was the one and only time I had to, my car? What? And on the fly, I saw him, because Marcus was in that video. So Marcus is calling his mom. Marcus genuinely had no idea. He genuinely had no idea. But so Marcus is calling his mom, and his mom's freaking out. And I'm like, oh no, they're gonna call my mom next. So I had to text my mom, who had to beg to get the title very quickly. Now I'm texting my mom, I go, Mom, I'm about to call you about the meteor thing. You have no idea? Be surprised. And then I hit send, and then they go, call your mom now. And I call my mom and I tell her, and oh, she should have got the Oscar. Oh my God, on the fly, she goes, what? I'm on vacation. Mom, my car has been destroyed.
Wait, what?
A meteor hit it.
Jacob, I'm on vacation. Do you understand?
Oh my God, his mom's so good.
And they're supposed to give me $10K to put a down payment on a new car, and they wanted me to get like.
Can I just admit to something? I've never watched a single MrBeast video. That shit does not interest me at all. It doesn't nurture my soul. It doesn't nurture my brain. It doesn't add anything to my life. It is pure, like, it feels like I'm consuming this like product that's been maxed out. It's like retention maxing. It just doesn't add anything to my life. It is pure bread and circuses, and there's not really a story. There's no characters that like I want to get into. It's not like watching TV. I'd rather watch a reality show, even a cheesy reality show. I'd rather watch that. And even when I watch those, I want to gouge my eyes out.
Like a big flashy new car. 10K was supposed to be a down payment, and I can't afford a big flashy new car because I work at MrBeast. So I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the taxes on. I couldn't get anything I couldn't afford the insurance on. So I do my part of the video, and I get a mom van that I could afford. And Jimmy was like, why didn't you get a cooler car? I was like, I can't afford that, bro. Come on, what are you talking about? You know, if I was working on a TV show in the 90s, on a show that was a quarter as successful, I could retire today. But now I make dog shit pay, making gajillionaires more money. And I just walked into the writer's room, and that's one of the reasons why I left, was because I just walked in there and asked for not necessarily a gajillion dollars, but maybe a salary that was more proportional to the work I was doing, given how much revenue that work was doing. And then, you know, I talked about that, and I talked about the Writers Guild and how this is what Writers Guild industry standard is for the streaming internet content with ads. I thought that was the closest thing to YouTube, and I didn't even bring up residuals, because oh my God, if I got residuals for every video I worked on, boy howdy I could retire. But yeah, the other thing I talked about was there was another writer there, older comic, black guy, he had a kid, and I got paid more than him, and I thought that was wild because he was older than me, had a child, we're doing the exact same job.
And he asked for more.
Some 20-year-old fucking white guy, why am I getting paid more than him? I brought that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's like that. Even in TV, they're always gonna try to squeeze you as much as possible. I mean, it's the sum zero thing where if you ask for more, that's a loss on their part, and that's just what producers do. And whatever overhead they have, they just get to keep it in their pocket. So it's in their best interest for producers to keep the production cost as low as possible. Now, there's a lot of guilds and unions now in movies and in TV shows, but I don't think there is yet on YouTube. And honestly, if they did install a minimal wage or whatever, a lot of YouTubers wouldn't be able to make those videos. But I suppose for a certain amount of views that... I suppose the thing is, a lot of the things that MrBeast does, he gets to circumvent a lot of laws because it's YouTube, but it should probably be considered like internet media. There are unions and there's price brackets for internet media because these things usually have less budgets than shows. Oh my god, it's your birthday tomorrow, Marcanis! Happy birthday in advance! Hope you have a great day, dude. That's awesome. Hope you have a great day, a beautiful day.
And one of the things I didn't like about the way some of the V stuff shook out was... I feel really guilty about the way this like shook out. Yeah, I was talking to this other writer, Mike, it's fucked up, you know, that's how the pay is, and I want you to get paid more, you know, because you deserve to get paid more. You know, I don't have a kid. And he didn't want to rock the boat. He desperately didn't want to rock the boat. He's just, I like my job. I like, you know, because when you grow up with, you know, nothing, not to say that he did, but I know I did, you know. You get a little something, you don't want to lose it. So he didn't want to rock the boat. But he said, hey man, if that's how you feel, you know, like if that's like, I trust you. He stood with me. He went to that meeting with me. And I said my piece and he backed me up. And I said, I need X, Y, Z or I'm out of here. And they said, bet. And they gave me a severance check the next day. And they gave him a severance check the next day. And if I knew...
Oh. Like they fired both of them? Wait, that's messed up. Wouldn't you want to like pay a little more for the employee? You want to reward employees that are doing a lot for you.
If I knew he was going to lose his job too, I would have done it.
Oh, he lost his job because of him. Yo. Wait, that's sad. That's actually sad. That's... Damn.
Me, I was over the moon. I was like, you're gonna give me a check and I get to leave? You know, I don't get to deal with the you know, how many Orbeez can I fit up my asshole every day? You know, and I get to go home and you're gonna pay me to leave. I was over the moon. And he was devastated. He did not want. I said he just wanted to be in the room, you know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they're completely content with their job and how much they earn. Like, I had an assistant that's like a lot older than me, and we had like a pretty low rate for a budget. I'm not the one that makes the budget, production does. We were working on something, and I was like, do you want me to ask them for more? And she was like, no, I'm completely fine with this. I was like, okay. You know, some younger people, they will demand more, but she didn't. She was happy. She was really happy with it. I was like, okay.
And I really regret
some people
that.
are like that. Some people are content.
You know, me and him are really still tight. We're still good friends. Is he doing good? Yeah, he's doing good. He's a good guy. I love that guy. He's doing good. Kinda. Yeah.
So maybe you'll feel better?
Honestly, best thing I could have done for him. Now that he's very, very far removed from all this crazy shit, I guess.
Do you think Jimmy really enjoys doing good and helping people?
I think Jimmy wants to be the best YouTuber. I think he is laser focused on one goal. And I think whatever he has to do to achieve that goal, he'll do. And I think it was the smartest decision for him that he calculated, because he's very good with numbers. If I donate to charity, people can't say I'm shitty. If I give this homeless guy 10K...
Also tax returns.
What do you mean I'm a bad
and not
guy?
tax return, but tax save.
But I've always thought, if you're going to do something nice for somebody, and you stick a camera in their face while you do it, that you didn't do a nice thing for somebody. You gained something. There was a homeless guy on the street, and you saw an opportunity for yourself and your image, and you gave one guy $10,000 who needed it to eat, and now the revenue you generated from that video is way more than what you gave. I think when he's generous...
Well, yeah, but the other guy also got something. I mean, it's a give. MrBeast gets more, of course. There's bigger crimes than this. I think so far the rigging for me is a lot crazier, but this does paint like another image of MrBeast, and it's like kind of shattering this public perception of him, that he's a philanthropist, that he's a good Samaritan. I don't know how much of this is true, of course. We'll see.
On camera, it's the least authentic thing in the world. There's an element of, you know, oh, hey, you're crying. That's so good for camera. You know, I'm so glad he's... If you're crying because you're so thankful that you got XYZ, and then you go, oh, I'm so glad he needed it that bad so I could come in and, oh, can you cry more? Oh, it's so good for the camera if you could... Oh, it made me uncomfortable when I was working there, and I didn't like it, and I vocalized it sometimes. And I think that's why I wasn't on camera as much as they said I was going to be.
Okay.
I was told at one point.
Okay, he just lost. Why would you vocalize it? It's the man's job, though. Like, that's what he does. What do you think he's going to change it for you? You just one cog in the machine.
Point that I was going to be like fourth banana, you know, it was going to be Jimmy, Chris, Chandler, me, you know. And then that never happened. I remember talking about that, like, hey, I thought my contract said XYZ. And then I got the severance checks. So, you know, whatever, all that regard.
So after your severance checks, how was your relationship with the company? I know you appeared in videos after that, right?
Right. So in videos where I was appearing in later, that's why you keep nice publicly. If you're nice in public, hey, Jake was nice in public. Let's have him back for something. You know, yeah, sure. So I was hoping they call back. You know, and I appeared in some videos after I left. I think one of them was 3 days in a maximum security prison. If I did do mini challenges in that, I got paid. I was, you know, clocked in with a rate, and I would get paid and compensated for those. But there was one video I was in. I got paid a lot for it, but it didn't come out. It didn't come out because it didn't go well. There was a video that came out probably like a year ago, something like that. It got a lot of hot water when it came out. It was the like surviving like $10,000 every day you survive in solitary, or surviving solitary for whatever. It was one of those solitary confinement videos that got a lot of media attention because everybody saw the premise and thought, what? You shouldn't do that. And people don't know that was the second attempt. The first attempt was on me, and it didn't go well.
Oh. Wait, did he actually spend 240 days in a windowless room? Oh my god.
I was already planning on moving to New York, and I had worked at a couple of YouTube companies after Beast. And I had a little bit of change in my pocket, you know, the most change I had in my pocket ever, you know? Small potatoes, you know, compared to Beast bullshit, but, you know, I thought I had enough to move to New York or whatever. And I get a call from somebody over there, and they go, hey, they want you for a video. I was like, oh, amazing, great, cool, thank God. What's the video? And they tell me the pitch. And they try to make the pitch sound like it's going to be like a walk in the park. The pitch is 100 days in solitary confinement.
Oh, God.
But don't worry, like, you only have to last like 30. We have like a video. They're pitching it like at first it's going to be like a luxury vacation. You're going to have like a hot tub and an ice cream machine. And like part of the video is going to be you deciding like, what items am I going to get rid of?
Honestly, I feel like this is dangerous. I would rather that they rigged it. Like, I would rather that they pretend he's in solitary confinement and they just let him out from time, like once a day or multiple times a day. Like, they film from 8 to 5 and after that he gets to do what he wants. Because there's a reason why there's stunt actors. There's a reason why everything's fake, why you use fake guns, and why everything is faked in cinema. Because it's cinema. And even in a reality show, I don't think you'd be allowed to endanger people for the sake of content. I could do the 100 easy, put me in, coach. Bro, give me a console and a PC and I could do it. I could do it. Yeah, this is one of the few times you should fake it. This is some insane social experiment. I totally agree with this. This guy looks like an actor. Like, he has such a recognizable face. I don't know. He does well on camera. I can already tell.
And they had like the choice. They were like, it's only going to be bad for the last like 5 days tops when you have like nothing left. You're the first, it's going to be like a breeze for most of it. And by the end of it, after 30 days, you're going to get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. And
no, give me $1 million.
I grew up poor in North Carolina. I said, excuse me? I'll dance for you if you put that kind of money in my face.
I mean, people work multiple years to get that sum. Could have it in 30 days. I don't know if a lot of people would say no to this.
Sure. They were like, you're going to be locked in this room, and we got to make sure you're on all the time. We're going to have cameras on you all the time, and you're perfect for this because you never shut the fuck up. On paper, I was like, okay, I can do this. And
wait, what if you need to poop, though? They also have the cameras rolling for that?
They always cut me out of the videos. They always, and I was, editors have told me that it's because you have too much of a personality. And so with this video, I thought, this is perfect. It's a video they can't cut me out of. I'm the guy. And so I thought, well, if I have to do this, if I have to do solitary confinement in order to do the things I want to do, then I will do that. That I held my...
Tell me he got paid. Like, if he did that and he didn't get paid because they cut the video, they axed the video, I'm gonna be so upset.
A tongue, and I swallowed my pride, and I tried to do one last ride. I get there, and at first it's fine. And I mean, they had just freshly painted the set. You could smell it, which that's probably not good, the smell of fresh paint in your surroundings for the next XYZ time. It looked good on the visual. It looks good on camera. It's movie magic bullshit. It was a terrible facility. I mean, it was in one of the studios. They had to get a separate tank for septic stuff. Yeah, there was a hot tub in it. Yeah, there was an ice cream machine. Things were cool and funny on paper. But when you think about stuff, a hot tub that's not connected to a filtration system, give it 3 days, it's gonna stink.
Ew.
There's not a hot water mechanism, so the hot tub was a lukewarm tub at best, which was a silly complaint, but the shower was always cold, and you're taking a quick shower, and I had cameras 24/7 on me, and the ice cream machine, let's talk about that for a second. The ice cream machine has 2 modes, on, and off, reeking of smelly dairy mildew. So I got to choose which sense was assaulted at a time. I couldn't have all of them good.
Jesus, this sounds like torture.
There was the bug thing wasn't terrible, but it was a factor. And at first it was fine, and you're playing it up because it's a video, and it got to a point where they weren't turning the lights off. I asked them, I said, can we have nighttime hours? And they said no. Because it would fuck up the time-lapse shots. The time-lapse of what? Me sleeping? Or me not sleeping?
Wait, that's...
Yeah, I saw another video.
Isn't that light torture? This is what people used to torture people with. By keeping them awake for several days at a time. In prisons and stuff. And dude is in a prison. Plus, he got promised a hot tub. Dude, I'd be like, yo, make the hot work, fuck. Demand it.
Videos, they did oh, you're gonna get XYZ hours of sunlight. Oh, great! Want to know how they figured that one out? I didn't have it. One of the things was you got to take away your clock, so you didn't know what time it was. Okay, I got no access to sun. I got no access to clock. I don't know,
what?
The lights are on me all the time. I wasn't sleeping. I could not sleep, and I have insomnia problems now. But they might have started there. I had good.
And the worst part, you can't even jerk off to fall asleep. Yeah, there's always cameras.
People looking out for me. I had a lot of good people looking out for me saying, this, we gotta stop. So I just wanted to turn the lights off. And I'm vocalizing to people, I wish the lights would turn off. And I go up to my friend, my good friend. And I go, they're not turning the lights off. He goes, what? That's a war crime. We're not allowed to do that to terrorists.
Yeah.
Oh, good. 24 hours breaking the Geneva Convention, I guess.
No, don't let people do that. Don't let people do that.
They're giving me, melatonin. It's not helping. And then Jimmy would come in like every other day for like an hour, to check in on me because he's doing other stuff. I'm just the guy in the cage over here. He'll come back to me in a minute. And so he'd come by, he'd get the shots, he'd leave.
Holy shit, that's bad.
He'd have a note
That's worse than I thought.
over the phone. That would really piss me off. This is the note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans?
No.
You know how hard it was to do a take of that? And pretend to make it genuine? I don't want to have student loans. I don't want to be in a cage. But Jimmy's the guy with the money, and if you do what he says, he'll do what you want. You want your student loans paid off? You just be in this cage. And you have power over people. When one person doesn't have resources and the other one does, and they hold it over your head, and you go, of course, yeah, I agreed to it. I needed it, of course. And just something about like having the cameras on me all the time. Like I was not having a good time, but we were filming a video, so I was trying my best to be funny. I'm a dark comic. I got.
Maybe I'm just weird, but how is it difficult to fall asleep with the lights on and that's so regular? I cannot fall asleep with like a little bit of light. I wear a sleep mask. Actually, that's a good idea. They could have given him like a sleep mask. There's some that completely cut out the light too. Like they're super like they're insulated. Bro, they put him under light torture. What the hell? Yo, you just do like 7 days, you get 70 grand and dip. I'd be like, let me bring my Switch and it's a done deal. My Switch and my laptop, done deal.
Bits about, I had a very traumatic life. I have, my dad is in jail for sexual assault of a minor, so this kind of stuff is very near and dear to my heart. I don't fuck around with this shit. Oh. I have jokes about that in my act. I joke about it because that's what you do in a traumatic experience. Abusive relationships. I get out of it. The first thing I do is I do a type file about it. So I'm in this situation where my mental health is not good. My physical health is getting worse. But we're filming, so I'm doing bits. I'm talking to the camera. And I'm being, like, hey, it's been a couple days, I'm not doing so hot, which if I'm filming a video, that's what I should be doing for the camera, but it was too real. If they're faking videos, why couldn't we fake this one? If we're allowed to let these cast members have some time off of this difficult challenge, how come we couldn't turn the lights off? How come we couldn't maybe not have some time-lapse footage for 10 seconds?
Did you try to get out?
Yes! I started to calculate, I don't know if I could do 30. How much can I, how can I manage to get out of here sooner and still have a video and still have some cash and get the plug, man. I did. Since we're doing time-lapse shots and since they insisted on time-lapse shots, I said, all right, we're gonna do time-lapse shots, bet. I put my YouTube on with the whiteboard they gave me. And I was like, all right, yeah, go ahead and scrub that footage. You got that whiteboard. Oh no, either that goes in or this footage is unusable. And then, James Warren came in and erased it. Don't put that, hey, we can torture him. Don't you dare let him get a plug in there, like we were playing up the joke, it's like, I'm the boy in the cage, whatever. Like, I'll play into a joke, whatever, it's fine. It's just something weird about when Jimmy jokes. I have jokes about my dad because I love jokes with my dad. I'll joke with my dad all the time. That guy's a piece of shit. I hate my dad. But I have friends that make fun of my dad. That's fine, because I know their intent. I know where they're coming from. When Jimmy joked with my dad, and I said that to seem weird. I don't like it. We were doing that one of those hide and seek videos. Again, you know, at the time they were a lot realer. So I got caught, and when you get caught, you know, you go to the place where you get caught. And I don't know if there's footage of this. I don't know if I definitely didn't make the final cut. But he says to me, "All right, you're going to jail. You know, like your dad." And like, it's a joke. But when my friends do it, it's fine. And Jimmy just wasn't my friend. He was my boss, and that wasn't cool. And so now, I'm locked in a cage at his whim, and I have to do things to get the cash I need to live. And I got these cameras on me all the time, and I was unwell. I had editors coming up to me, saying, "You good, bud?" And I was like, "No." Yeah, why? You're clearly unwell. And he goes, "Well, because the footage you're sending in is haunting. Because I'm trying to be funny, but I am mentally decaying, so I'm doing bits." Someone said there is a horror cut of a video in this. And I'm sitting like, who's watching this? Like, who wants to see this? What is fun about this, the video? And so the thing that made me want to, I got to get out. I can't do another day in a year. Jimmy comes in and
yeah, where's the medical
staff? I don't know what time it is.
Yeah.
It's like 2 or 3 or whatever. He's like, "Why is he sleeping?" I don't know.
You have to have a medical staff on each set, especially sets of that caliber. He
comes in, he wakes me up. And he goes, "Ask me why I have 2 briefcases." And I'm like, why do you have 2 briefcases? And he goes, "Oh, because this one's for today, you know, and this one's for the challenge." And I go, "What's the challenge today?" He goes, You're gonna run a marathon. You're gonna do 22.6K, whatever it is. And you're gonna do it on that treadmill over there. The first challenge I did was a Rubik's Cube, and I'm dyslexic, I'm dumb, I don't know how to do a Rubik's Cube. So your first challenge, Rubik's Cube. I was like, "Oh, I don't want to do it." I was like, "On camera, I don't want to do it." He goes, "Just do it for the thing, like kid, you know?" Like, there was an element of, oh, Jake will do what we want because he's in-house. You know, that's one of the reasons why they got me. Jake's, he's an inside guy, so he'll do whatever. We can push him a little extra hard because we know he's good. We know he's. I couldn't say no to the treadmill thing. Yeah. So I people who run marathons train forever, and it's still hard. Again, writer. Do I look like I run? I don't run. You know, let alone a marathon. Let alone training for it. So I was in a sunlightless, you know.
That is so wrong.
Like, did you have a choice, or based on the Rubik's Cube thing and based on all the other stuff? Like, there was so much pressure to just do it, just do the thing, you know. You know, and if I refuse, it's just, oh, that's the whole video. I guess the budget's, you know, so much money up in flames because Jake said he wouldn't want to do the thing. And so I wanted to be a good sport, and I wanted to get the boost, and I wanted the cash, and so I started running at 12. I was able to take some breaks, and I asked him, "How long do I have?" He goes, "Until I get back." And I'm running until 3 a.m. I got off the treadmill.
This is like torture, man.
Oh, the blisters I had on my feet were like, you wouldn't believe. Just all over, just these big red. I couldn't walk. My muscles were like just the lactic acid. I got off the treadmill, and then the people that came in to like ice my feet, you know, make sure I was good. Then that's when I was like, I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. And that's when I get the psych in, and I talk to the psych about how I'm not well. And like I said, there was a lot of good people over there that was saying, "You got to pull him out." Yeah, I had friends that did some freelance work. And they would tell me, they'd be like, "Yeah, everyone knows you over there. Everybody loves you." They go, "Oh, Jake Weddle, love that guy. Shame what happened to him." Like I'm a ghost. And I asked him, I said, "How much longer are you guys going to keep me in here?" And the guy goes, "Realistically, like at least 7 more days?" No. And they didn't let me leave right away either. They wanted to make sure, everything was fine. So I just,
They want to make sure they got all the footage, the
turned the lights
content.
off. And they brought, it's like they brought in all my friends, to make it. They brought in all the people I liked, and Jimmy. Then everybody was around me, making sure I was good, making sure I was okay. Yeah. But Jimmy had his he was sitting in the chair turned around like an evil villain. Swear to God, everyone was looking at me and he was like Lex Luthor over there. He turns around, he stands up. He does the exact same thing when he's pretending to have a human connection. You know when you're watching a video and he's like, oh, stop, you're gonna make me cry. And he touches his eye or whatever as if he's crying. He's just... I didn't have to pretend to do that shit. She says, as if rehearsed by his lawyers. Yeah, your mental health's the most important thing. I just want to make sure you're okay. And the last thing we want you to do is... I can almost hear the word Sue come out of his mouth. The S. He just stopped right before it got out. I did not get the 300K. What I got, he goes, think of it this way. At least you get to keep what you earned. You were in there for XYZ days. You did XYZ challenges, so you got, 100,000 some change, give or take. You know how much money I spent in taxes in 2021? I spent $44,000 in taxes alone. And now, I spent all that money on doing stand-up. I bought plane tickets to go do comedy festival.
Okay, but the taxes is not MrBeast's fault, is it? It's just... yeah, I thought he was gonna say medical bills or something.
My family back home, I gave them a bunch of stuff that they needed. And haven't been back on a Beast set in any official capacity or unofficial capacity since then. And then they did the video with somebody else, and they worked out the kinks. And then I'd still gotten some hot water, and I knew it would. And I've wanted to say a lot of this for a long, long, long time. And...
yeah, this is not okay.
I feel good now.
Yeah.
I had to get that off there.
No,
So I just want to hop in here and show some...
this should never happen. No one should have to go through that. It's absolutely messed up. We have laws, we have regulations, and because MrBeast is pushing the limits like this, I feel like now they're gonna crack down on everything on YouTube, but really MrBeast is one of the only one. There's probably only 1% of YouTubers that are abusing people like this. This is so messed up.
Some text that Jake sent me after this interview. This is July 29, 2021, a few days after he got out of solitary. How are you feeling after a few days? Better. I still couldn't sleep even a few days out, but I almost have my sleep cycle back on track. My legs and joints are good, but the blisters on my feet still hurt to walk on. Medical advice I got was not to lance them and just let them go away with time. I'm mentally still in an uneasy place, but I've gotten back on better help. My therapist is a little concerned, but we are working on things. Reminder, this is not supposed to be a traumatic life event. This is supposed to be a MrBeast video. Hey Jake, hope you're doing okay. Meg and I just wanted to check in on you. Hey, I'm good and I appreciate that. I'm not exactly 100%. I feel like mentally I'm still recovering a bit, but back in therapy and my therapist is concerned. Haha, but my legs and joints feel better. Like I can walk, but my feet are still covered on those blisters and those hurt to walk on. But I was told the best thing to do is stay off my feet and let them heal. I'm in Raleigh with my family. Also, it'll be like a month.
Wait, what do you mean it was a slap in the face? Isn't that what he expected? He should have asked for a bonus or something, or if he does the challenges and fail, they should still pay him because he is putting more efforts Like, yeah, I know it's not totally what the show was saying, and people will say maybe it's not as authentic, but fuck, man, you're making somebody work. You gotta remunerate them. It shouldn't work like that.
Money, and they aren't giving me all the money. They're giving me what I won up to that point in the game, which was also a slap in the face, but hey, I'm out, I'm alive. Therapist who knows and cares about you. The whole thing was so fucked, and honestly, fuck them for not giving you the money. Meg and I are wishing you the best with your recovery, and please feel free to reach out if you need anyone to talk to or need a place to crash in New York. Hope you're doing well,
It's
man.
a slap in the face because the content turned out to be literal torture. Yeah, they should have given him the 300K, like, thanks for, you know, doing all of this for us. Thanks for sticking through all of this, for being a good sport.
You uploaded his money, so good. I appreciate. I'm doing better physically. Mentally, I'm still kind of in a place. I still can't sleep. I've slept 5 hours in the past 3 days, marathon included. I don't know what's wrong with me. Lots of thinking, too much, one might say. Hope they're taking care of you where they can. I mean, I was kind of shocked they didn't pay me for the full 25, 30 days. They paid me what I made up to that point. Like, even when we have to pull the plug for my mental health, the mechanism of the game is still at play. I'm just happy to be out. I still can't walk well, but it hurts less. And like, I'm not famous enough to burn a bridge. So at the end of the day, I'm still Jimmy's bitch. Like, if I was Carl and he did that to me, I'd ruin him. And they want to do it again. That could be your leverage. If the guy breaks down also, 2 is better than 1. Yeah, right. I told them everything they did to me that they can't do again in order to make sure the other person doesn't break down as fast. But like, the way the video is meant to function is the problem. It's a bad idea, full stop. It sounds clickbaity, sounds right up Jimmy's alley, but it's morally unethical, like on every
absolutely
level. Off-camera breaks, lights off at night, visitation, take the marathon out. Marathon is a video in itself.
Yeah.
You can't expect someone to exert themselves like that for 45 seconds of content. The challenges really made it feel dehumanizing, felt like a parody of MrBeast. I felt like the homeless guy they could exploit. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. It felt like if Jeff Bezos had a GIMP. Part of me wants the footage burned, and part of me thinks that there's a great horror cut in there. LMAO, he was so fake when he came in and said he cared about my mental health. They must have programmed the care about mental health updates. He said, we also don't want you to, and I swear to our Lord and Savior, he stopped himself from saying sue. Also, as far as like, he could have said no, he could have left at any time. I want to show this segment from an internal document at MrBeast called How to Succeed in MrBeast Production. Specifically on page 19, there's a paragraph called No does not mean no. Already insane, because it's sort of, it seems to be co-opting the popular anti-rape slogan, which is a terrible look given the allegations that are going to be coming out very soon. It reads, when dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of, and you can call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if they are fans or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team. If all avenues are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees, because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. Basically what I'm trying to convey is what we call pushing through no. Don't stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of many tools that when combined dramatically improve your probability of success when producing here. So yeah, this idea of like pushing through no's is a big component to working at MrBeast. And the way that it manifests itself a lot of the time is like a director might tell a producer, hey, we need access to 30 acres of farmland by Tuesday or we lose $500,000. Now, if you're the producer, you obviously know that means get it done or you lose your job. So what can happen is like a producer's calling up farmers saying, hey, I need to use your land. And the farmer might be like, okay, but you know, I have animals, you can't be making really loud noises, no pyrotechnics, and you gotta clean everything up. So the producer is sort of incentivized to lie and say, or maybe the producer doesn't even actually know the total contents of the video, right? Things changed last second. So they're very like, they're financially incentivized to be manipulative and sort of, they're put in positions where it's like, oh, it's either the producer's job or a civilian's job, like where it talks about, hey, maybe the manager would be willing to bend the rules. Well, you shouldn't really be pressuring civilians to bend the rules that could get them fired, you know? I'll show you a real life example. This is unused evidence from part 1. I had seen this Reddit post titled MrBeast Leaving Trash Behind and Debris at Film Site in Aden, North Carolina.
I hate
Apparently
that.
he left a large boat in a...
I hate how much pollution these productions do and that they never clean up after themselves, even though they totally have the budget and the manpower to do it. Let's face it. Stop ruining things for everybody else.
Pond, as well as debris around the film site in the bottom of the pond weeks and weeks after the agreed time frame. This actually rendered it unsafe for campers and almost delayed the camp's opening date multiple times due to not being able to get in contact with MrBeast to get the stuff cleaned up out of the area. So I actually know that this is from a MrBeast video called Protect the Yacht, Keep It, where at the end of that video he actually says,
If you're wondering, yes, we did ensure the lake was completely cleaned up after this video. For the love of God, subscribe so we can pass T-Series.
Yeah, so he says at the end of the video that they made sure it was cleaned up. I was actually on site for part of this production. I was at this camp. So I decided to send an email out to the camp, basically saying, hey, I heard these rumors. I'm investigating similar incidents. And the camp responded, actually not denying the claims, going on to say, I am sure that there are no perfect film productions, just as there are no perfect people. I am grateful for the opportunity that we had to host the production crew, and because grace, or forgiveness, has been offered to me so freely, I will choose to offer the same. So clearly alluding to the fact that there was a wrongdoing by MrBeast production team. And that's like sort of the thing is, if you're around Greenville, you know these stories of people working with MrBeast and it being extremely unprofessional, them not doing what they say. But they sort of get by a lot on their good public image. And like, I mean, this camp offered to host them completely for free. And I guarantee, like, if you went to the lake at the camp and you went magnet fishing, like, you'd find all sorts of debris that's still there to this day. Like, they didn't clean it all up. So in the case of Jake Weddle, like, I'm sure that there were producers who were in a position of, hey, if Jake gets out early, we don't have a video and your job is at risk. So there's a tremendous amount of pressure on top of, like, him being delirious from not sleeping and everything to just manipulate him into staying. Which, you know, I'm sure this isn't like technically against the Geneva Convention on torture because he wasn't technically a prisoner. Like, he could have left at any time, but because of the extreme pressure to stay.
That's how they bypass it.
And it's not really a reasonable expectation that he could have just, you know, walked out.
Because of the implication.
I think Jimmy is a awkward kid who maybe had it a little rough growing up. I can't speak on that, but I do have empathy for it because I had it rough growing up. And I think when you're hyper fixated on something, like I love stand-up, he loves YouTube, everyone fixates on a thing, I think he just wanted to be the best YouTuber so bad, and because the industry's metrics rewarded some not great behavior, if you're just going on autopilot based on what the numbers say, you can do some things that maybe aren't good, but reap reward. And I think Jimmy just did what the industry and maybe what this system that we have set up demanded. And he didn't care who got hurt. And I think Jimmy surrounded himself with really, really not so great people, and those people were the ones making the decisions. And I want to say, really important, there are so many good people that work at MrBeast who are damn good at their jobs. Like, when Jimmy comes in and asks for something impossible, it's these people's jobs to do it. And they shouldn't be able to make it happen, and they do. And so I don't think people wanted to talk about stuff because I didn't want my friends to lose their jobs. I don't care about my fucking job. I'll die in a hole. I don't care. But I don't want my friends to lose their jobs. I don't want anyone's reputation to be fucked. But let's just go back to my dad for a second, if I may. My dad was like a swim coach, your neighborhood swim team. Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him. Behind closed doors, he's a real piece of shit. And so when stuff starts hitting the fan, what? Him? No. Surely. And then, everyone, thought my mom was the bitch, for not, the day the news broke, that he did what he did to one of the students of the team.
Sorry,
And
I was responding
it's
to
like when that
something.
comes out, you're not
Vorraid!
surprised,
Welcome,
you know? You
Raiders.
just go. When I saw my dad in the news, I said, "Oh, you idiots!" Like I was like, "No, what?" I was, "Oh, dumbass! God damn it!" But I wasn't surprised, and it was just consequences happened to somebody who was really good at avoiding them for a long time. And
Guys, let me finish this video, then I'll look at the Hex stuff. He's gonna have the VOD.
I don't know. Everybody loves Jimmy, and behind closed doors, he is not super great, and that image is cultivated purposefully and intentionally, and it's branding, it's marketing, it's YouTube.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, just one final question on a serious note. Obviously, the Ava Chris Tyson drama, and, you know, that's a known issue of traditional media. Did you witness or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
It's crazy. I probably hung out with Ava the most out of the main cast, just because I was on Beast Hacks, now Beast Reacts. I don't know if it's still out. That was a lot of fun because it was just, you know, being silly and goofy in front of the camera. And Ava was the only person who was willing to film. Everybody else was too busy or didn't want to, and I was just trying to do my job. Sometimes there'd be like an offhanded joke that's a little gross. I mean, I'm a stand-up, so I'm very desensitized to that. I didn't hear anything that was like, whoa, that's crazy. Like when I saw, the reason I messaged you instead of talking to reporters sweetly like I have been.
I'm not eating.
Was when I saw the Discord stuff. For the I never, because when I got there it was like 2019, so I guess if the timelines add up, that would have been like handled, for lack of a better term, and then they started bringing more people on. You know, maybe they thought they had that under the rug. You know, all right, we handled that. Now let's bring in some writers. You know, and when I saw it, all that stuff start coming out, and the potentiality. As of this moment of recording, you know, I know this has been happening fast and stuff has been coming out so fast. Just the potential that Jimmy could have been in those Discord chats, or even the potential that he participated.
One of the victims corroborated that it was Jimmy in the Discord logs. Bye-bye, Baton. Thanks for stopping by.
Participated in those Discord chats. After the shit he did to me, if you're gonna make fun of my dad, I don't care what happens to me and my career and reputation after this. I had to say some stuff. So whatever happens at this point.
Outside of Ava Chris Tyson, did you notice any or hear about any sexual misconduct at the company?
I've heard rumors. I can't confirm or deny anything. I don't have any tangible evidence, but I've heard stuff that if it could be investigated, that'd be great.
Take care,
like water cooler talk, but I've heard things. Yes, of course. I heard, you know, people have been let go for sexually assaulting some very young people.
What?
The idea that Jimmy didn't know, or that Jimmy was covering stuff up. He didn't want stuff to come out. You know, he's very careful about his image. You know, the tangible proof that he knew but covered it up. You know, how do you prove that, you know? Well, there was a known sex offender, registered sex offender, convicted sex offender on the registry and everything, who worked there.
No background checks.
You can, you know, someone pees in public, you're on the registry, you know, you get it.
I get a PRP.
You can still have a job after you're on the, that's one thing. You know, you go to prison, you get rehabilitated, that's one thing. You know, like if you do your time, that's fine. I think there should be rehabilitation in this country. But that guy, from what I hear, I can't confirm or deny, from what I hear, he's on the registry for doing some not great stuff to some underage people. And they knew that. And he's working at a channel that has underage people on and around and is targeted to underage people. And they covered up the fact that not only did he work there, but he was like the manager when it all started. And you know that he knew, and because he'll be in videos, he'll be in thumbnails, he'll be around, and whenever he is, he's wearing a mask. Why would you wear a mask? Why would you conceal your face? It's like, what are you concealing? That you are a registered sex offender? And that your face can be looked up on a thing? How much more can you literally cover up a sex offender with a physical mask? Like, do I have to, is it more on the nose? Or I don't know why they let him go, because there's rumors back and forth, you know, so I don't know why they let him go, but he did leave at one point. Even if that guy didn't do anything, they still knew about it and he was still around. And what if he's one of the people in the Discord servers? What if he's not? I don't know. But when I was there, they called him Delaware. It's like, why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, you know, yeah, it's Delaware. Don't ask him why, you know? The fuck? And Jimmy knew about it? The likelihood that he didn't know is astronomically low.
Okay, so finally I have a recorded phone conversation. The person on the other end of this line is a different former MrBeast employee talking about Delaware. Also, apparently before this phone conversation got recorded, the person on the other end of the line said that the MrBeast team was actually trying to expunge Delaware's record off the registry, and that's what actually like sparked this person to start recording.
Jeez. Yeah, there's people like that that do anything for money. Yeah, the voice changer from me off.
Okay, so Reed is MrBeast's former manager who was in the last video telling Jimmy, you know, hey, don't promote gambling to children. So, you know, I think Reed's taken 2 W's this month. You know, don't promote gambling to children and don't have offenders on payroll. Also, yeah, just from where I'm sitting, it seems extremely unlikely that Jimmy wouldn't know. But, you know, I know that I'm sure that's the defense he'll go with. So I'll just say preemptively, like, you know, if somehow Jimmy didn't know about Delaware, I think it's still such an extreme level of negligence. Like, what, you're not doing background checks, you're not, everyone at your company knows, but somehow you don't know. I think that needs more of an explanation than just saying, I didn't know. Well, how didn't you know? How did this person get into the company and you know, a company that makes content for children and is around children? So yeah, Jimmy, I think we need an explanation from you or you know, your lawyers and PR people and representatives and spokespersons and on how you could have not known that there was an offender at a high level in your company. And while you're responding to that, why not just respond to the allegations of rigging contest videos and selling fake signatures, running illegal lotteries, you know, the dangerous conditions on the set of Beast games, you should address those too. So yeah, just let us know. Okay, that was my interview with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle. I know he will be coming out with a longer cut of this interview as well as other content. So I just wanted to shout him out. Jake Weddle, top link in the description.
Aw, that poor dude, man.
I've waited a long time to talk about a lot of this publicly, so thank you for doing what you're doing.
Oh, yo, he was right. That video did start off slow and then it built up. That is some absolutely insane stuff. Can you guys imagine that, like, Ava Chris Tyson, because of Ava Chris Tyson, now all of this shit, like, because of that spark that he set off, because of his bad behavior, now the MrBeast empire is like gonna crumble. I mean, his image is shattered. Listen, he still got a lot of views on his last video. So I don't know if it is gonna affect his bottom line, but it's gonna affect his image for sure. You're gonna type MrBeast and it's gonna be all of the allegations instead of all the good things he's done. That... Yo, MrBeast needs to fix his shit and he needs to take care of people better. This is not okay, man. It's not okay. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. Now, from one black corpo to another.
So, however you love in whatever way you love.
I can't Dude, I hate that they don't let you rewind. That sucks. Alright, I grieve then.
Please love yourselves as well. Please love yourselves. When I said this, when I gave this sentiment to Nina Kosaka, that sentiment also reigns true for yourselves, okay? Please give yourselves flowers, okay? Please give yourselves flowers, metaphorically. Be gentle with yourself, be loving with yourself. Life is so very short. You don't know. Yes, you have more control about kind of when you go, but life is so uncertain. Life is so short. You never really know. You never really know. Sure, you might be able to tell when you're sick, but sometimes we don't have the privilege of leaving, you know, by getting sick and then, you know, kind of perishing after 2-3 months. I'm sorry if this is a little bit dark, but it's important for me to tell you this. Love yourselves as well. Take care of yourselves. Be gentle with yourselves, and love the people in your lives really well too. Okay?
Is he sick?
Even when I'm gone, I want you guys to do that. Please do that. When I'm gone, and all of my VODs and all of my streams are just a memory. You can't talk about me anymore in that sense. I'm gonna make myself cry, bro. What the fuck? But when I'm just a memory, I want you guys to just love each other and love your Oshis very well, okay? I love you guys so much. I'm so sorry that I have to do this and I have to leave you, but this was the right choice for me, and this was ultimately the decision that I came to making. Yeah? So, thank you everyone. Thank you for respecting me, and please don't bother the other livers about any of this, okay? I'm trying to... Clippers, if you're here, I love you guys so much. Thank you for clipping me. But if you guys are clipping, I want you guys to know that all the VODs are going to stay up. All of the streams are going to stay up.
Okay, they're staying
I've
up.
clarified with management multiple times. So don't bother them about it. Don't ask other people's opinion about it. People grieve differently. People go through things differently. You know, some people, I don't, like, that's not what I want. So don't send any sort of, don't make them uncomfortable in any way. Yeah? And be kind to one another. Don't...
Oh, shit.
Saying, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? You know, diverse in their rules, so please don't do that. Don't come to their streams and be like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? The VODs are staying up, live streams are staying up, livers will react and respond in their own way. Let them be, okay? Let them be. Let them do their own thing, but don't bother them. Let them live their lives, please. They're just streaming. They're just little VTuber guys. That's all that they are. They're really, really talented. Everyone in this company is talented, has amazing skill sets. Love you guys so much. I'm sorry. To all of the livers watching this, I love you guys too. I'm sorry for shocking any of you or making you guys feel like it was like a shell shock moment. I don't mean to have done that. I don't mean to shock anybody. I wanted to be respectful. I love you too, Alira. I love you so much. The only person who I'm like okay with kind of shocking was Anna, low-key. I felt like she kind of deserved it. But everyone else, I'm so sorry to all of the livers, to XLA especially. I'm sorry if you guys were taken aback by me graduating, but y'all are, I love y'all so much, and I'm being so sappy right now. It's so embarrassing. Like, the thing with me and the Sicklings is the Sicklings are very close knit, you know what I mean? So whenever you guys watch me be sappy, it's just kind of me, but now I'm kind of sappy in front of everyone. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, oh, so I'm sorry everyone, if this is the first time you're watching me, this is just how I am.
Okay, can pause.
Touchy-feely about shit.
So apparently his graduation was set in January, but because of all the drama that happened, it got set back. What the fuck?
I always say as well.
Graduation queue is finally moving. Woo!
We'll have to see.
It's like that meme.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for coming by to this stream, everyone, and for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you again to everyone for being here. Thank you to XLA for understanding me.
But surely there's
Thank
more.
you for supporting me. Thank you to the managers. Again, this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Opportunity of a lifetime. I recognize that. Before all of this, I wasn't anybody. I struggled to put food on the table. I struggled to. Not only that, but I had no direction. You know, I had no proper direction. I was aimlessly floating. One other personal story I want to tell. I'll end with this. But we'll kind of taper off after this. But you know, the Sicklings know this story. So Sicklings, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record again, but when I was in university for like engineering, I remember having to submit the final document, right? The final document for my final class, basically, and after that, I would have passed, or I would have graduated, kind of. I remember sitting there, and as I was about to submit the final document, I literally was just like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to do this. And I remember telling my parents, like, I'm sorry for saying this, but I'd rather, like, engineering is a wonderful prospect, a wonderful course. It's a beautiful and very difficult course, but it's not for me. I'd rather make content and make videos and stream. I didn't even know what I was going to do. I'd rather do all of these things online and starve and not make enough and live paycheck to paycheck. I'd rather do that and love it and wake up loving what I do rather than be able to earn lots and be unhappy. And I still feel that way. But because of you guys, you have afforded me so much opportunity. I am so beyond just blessed and beyond showered with love because of all of you. So thank you guys. Thank you. I feel I don't know. I just feel so loved and at home. So thank you. This was not an easy choice to make. Leaving home is never an easy choice to make, but it was the choice I had to make, and I'm thankful for all of your support through it. Yeah. But the cat's out of the bag. You guys are not gonna hear it. You're not gonna hear the end of it from me. I'm going to be making Let's Catch Up in Life and fucking Zatsudan announcement. What are they gonna do? Fire me jokes the whole time the next 2 weeks. But I will follow the rules still, Madison, I promise. But I will be making jokes like that left and right, and I will still be a sick motherfucker in that sense. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching me, and I hope to see you guys over the next 2 weeks. I will still be retaining the rest of the schedule. It was really hard to keep up all these pretenses and pretend like I wasn't going anywhere. I'm not gonna lie. That shit was not easy. Like, I had to pretend really hard. Like, some of you guys are like, we're saying, what are you gonna do? Are you okay? When are you gonna take a break? Some of you guys were saying, Hexy, when are you gonna take a break? And I was just thinking to myself while streaming, Oh, I'm gonna take a break, all right. I'm gonna take one, but I couldn't say that. You know what I mean? Like, there were so many jokes I wanted to make. I'm a demented motherfucker in that sense, where I just like, okay, I'm gonna take a break of all breaks if. But I couldn't do that. So but many times. Also, I think it's very poetic that we're gonna hit 300,000 subscribers literally as I graduate. It's crazy. Like, what's crazy too is we hit so many milestones very recently, even on Twitter. It's so poetic, really. It's such a poetic and everything. I find meaning in everything. I find poetry in everything, and yeah. You're gonna crush it. I love you, Tayu. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you so much. Let's hang soon, bro. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Pretty long break, and listen, I am. You guys wanted me to take a break. So many sicklings are like, he needs to take a break. You know, maybe, have you thought that maybe you guys saying he needs to take a break finally caught up with me, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a
Wait, so he wanted to graduate in January, but the Selen drama happened in February, and Pomu graduated during that. So why couldn't he graduate back then? Is there actually a graduation queue?
Fucking man.
And Kyo. I guess there was too many graduations
really in store, but
the rats.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But thank you everyone for everything. Thank you for all of the super chats as well. I'm sorry, we'll read some of them. We'll read some of them next stream, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. Like, my mother always told me that I reminded her of my father, so I said, fuck it, I'll disappear too. You know what I mean? I figured then.
Whoa, that's dark.
If I look like him, I might as well just act like him too. I'm kidding, everyone. I'm fucking around. But thank you everyone for being here. This is really bad. I think it's great because the graduation announcement is also a time that I can make these jokes in front of this many people. And no one can really tell me off, you know what I mean? Like, who's gonna say no? Because it's my last few weeks. It's like, you have to listen to it. There's nothing you can do. You're kind of stuck here with me, a prisoner of sorts almost. We're a captive audience? Yeah, you guys are captive. Yeah. This is going to be a very... I feel like this is going to be a very fun next 2 weeks, but a very sad next 2 weeks. It's going to be very awful. We're going to be crying, and we're not sure if we're going to be crying laughing or crying sad, but whatever it may be, I'm going to spend it with you guys, okay? So, yeah, I love y'all so much. I've been
yeah.
like,
I'll share my thoughts after the video. He's
and just
gonna end soon.
So grateful. I've had people reach out to me as well, like, and the amount of love, even from different musicians and everything. I'm so so grateful. Like, how can I can't take you guys for granted. Like, you guys have loved me so well. Please understand that, okay? Please understand that you have loved me so very well. And sicklings, I promise I'll end on this point.
He has like that corpse husband
But you
voice.
have loved me so well. And none of this is your fault. Okay? This is not your fault. This was planned since
What
February.
is this I'm reading on
This was
Fortune
planned
about
since
hashtag
December.
cut for Hex? Was that actually a thing?
About this, none of this is your fault.
Or is it just a meme?
I'm not leaving.
It's gotta be a
because of
meme,
you.
right?
I'm not leaving because
There's no way they would allow that.
I'm leaving because of artistic
lagging.
differences. I
Oh.
feel like this is the right choice for
Artistic
me.
differences.
I want to pursue a different kind of thing. I'm leaving because I feel like growth, both personally and in every other facet, will be expedited in different ways when I leave, you know? So this is not because of you. I love the Sicklings so much, and I don't want you guys to start thinking that it is because of you, or it's your fault, or you didn't treat me right, or if you had done this, there was nothing that you could have done to have changed my mind. This was my choice and my choice alone. But I'm always going to be here in one way or another, and I'm always going to be thankful for what we've created together. Okay, I really meant it when I said until death, and it just so happens that my death is pretty imminent. And I can't bear for you guys to forget me, so even when I'm gone, don't forget, okay? I'm gonna fucking cry. I love you guys so much. Thank you, everyone. I feel like I'm gonna cry so much after I press the end stream button. I would raid somebody right now, but I don't want to send this energy to them. So
who raided?
I can just imagine raiding Ryoma right now, and he's playing Apex or something. And thank you, Sayu. I appreciate you too, man. Love you, dude. I can't imagine raiding not Sayu, fucking Ryoma, and he's playing Apex, and everyone is just crying, or raiding Scarl, and she's just.
I assume he's talking about Sayu, the voice actor.
I don't know, balls maybe. Whatever Scarl screams about, but yeah, I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
What did say?
And tomorrow begins the kind of the last 2 weeks, yeah? The last 2 weeks that we're together. Let's make it count, everyone. Let's make it count. Bye bye, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting
Sayu,
me,
the voice
for
actor,
supporting
not Sayu
my
or
friends,
Sayu.
all the livers. You guys make me so happy, and you make me smile, which takes a lot. So, oh my god, Kotaka, I'm gonna cry. Oh no, Kotaka, why did you have to do that? I'm gonna fucking cry.
Oh, she's in the chat?
I mean, it's you. I'm crying, bro. I hate you, Kotaka. You're such a bitch. Okay. I'm gonna end the stream, because if I don't end it, it's never gonna end. Oh, graduation stream is gonna be so bad for all of us. Try not to cry challenge. Impossible.
Kotoka just replied with a heart.
Okay, everyone. I love you. I love you, Exley. I love you, Nijisanji. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I love you, Sicklings. I wouldn't be anything without you guys. I haven't forgotten.
Okay. So, it's getting pretty late, so I'm just gonna wrap this up. So, Hex Haywire is graduating. That was, he's graduating for artistic differences. And apparently it's been planned since January. This comes after a series of drama, like I said, with his fan base. Now, whether or not that affects his decision, I don't know. I'd say probably not, although a lot of people attribute it to it. Probably didn't help, though, that's for sure. And it's yet to see if Kotoka will come back to streaming. She's been on a hiatus for a really long time now. And the last thing I want to say is that Hex Haywire has also been in some controversy in the past for he's also he's also the one who criticized Sayu. Because
man, no
of
wonder
her...
she got. I mean,
I'm just gonna skip this because we've seen it. But he's the one that criticized Sayu for her joke. saying that it made him uncomfortable.
Oh, my score was like very say so. Aside from me like wanting to see my like hot guys suffer. Like literally, that's the only thing.
Kiwasa.
Wait, you like seeing hot guys suffer?
Yeah, I love little boys. I'd rather have a daddy than a mommy and a little boy.
As both a liver for Nijisanji and someone who has suffered through sexual assaults as a young person, or as a younger individual, I cannot condone a lot of the jokes and a lot of the things that she said, and it devastates me. It fucking devastates me, because I never would have guessed that it would come to this. It would happen this abruptly. There was a lot of conversation back and forth, and there were a lot of disagreements back and forth. And therefore, because of said disagreements, there were a lot of subsequent disappointments. We tried to talk through things, and eventually there just wasn't any more words to say. And that definitely fucking sucks. It always hurts when you get to the point where you've exhausted as many words as you can. You've exhausted conversation, and you've tried to figure out many ways to word different sentences, different paragraphs, only to be met with disagreement.
And so he kind of threw Sayu under the bus, which contributed to people not liking him. And yet after that, he made some, really dark jokes on Vanta's stream about his grandfather's ash or something. Or was it Vanta who said that? I don't know. And then he did, I think it was Vanta who said that, but he didn't condemn that. And then he made some jokes with dildos and into a BDSM room. So it's kind of he's been criticized for these double standards, as netizens have been calling him out for. Oh, it was Hex. Oh, it was Hex? Okay. Okay, it was Hex, my bad. Well, that's even worse. I'm really tired now. It's 1 a.m. So, yeah, I wish he gave a little bit more reasons as to why, but I mean, let's be real. It says a lot about the company that livers leave in the span of 2 years in this company, and Hololive, they leave after 6 years because the company is getting too successful. Kind of insane. But anyway, I'm gonna end on this. I'm gonna put out the video pretty soon. Thank you all for watching. I love you guys, and